Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. Podemos ayudarnos más. Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Look that mess up. How y'all feeling? Y'all feel good? We're back. No Good Guys is the name of the show today. No Good Guys. I'm gonna try to avoid the Israel thing for a while, first half of the show or whatever. But that's where I got the title from. No Good Guys. It's like, it's all bad guys, No good guys. They say we need a hero. I don't know where the hero is, but there are definitely lots of villains. Lots and lots of villains. So, where do we begin? Excuse me. I think I'm going to starting the show off with AP articles. Check this out. Do we have a video for this? Is FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, how do you say his name? Fried? FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried convicted of defrauding cryptocurrency customers. Convicted. That means it's a wrap. Let's see, is there a video? Oh man, we gotta play an ad. Ads are the devil. They always shock me too because I pay to not see ads everywhere. So whenever they do pop up, I'm like, what? Why am I seeing an ad? I'm not interested. Hold on.
Sam, how'd it go in there?
Take it easy. Yeah, man, you go up fast, you come down fast.
Sam
Say he stole
Bankman-Fried
10 billion.
perpetrated one of the biggest financial frauds in American history. A multi-billion-dollar scheme designed to make him the king of crypto. But here's the thing. The cryptocurrency industry might be new. The players like Sam Bankman-Fried might be new. But this kind of fraud, this kind of corruption is as old as time, and we have no patience for it.
We respect the jury's decision. We're very disappointed in the result. My client, Mr. Bankman-Fried, maintains his innocence, and we're going to continue to vigorously fight the charges against him.
It's a warning, this case, to every single fraudster out there who thinks that they're untouchable, or that their crimes are too complex for us to catch, or that they're too powerful for us to prosecute, or that they could try to talk their way out of it when they get caught. Those folks should think again and cut it out. And if they don't, I promise we'll have enough handcuffs for all of them.
I promise we'll have enough handcuffs for all of them. This guy went up fast. Like he went up fast. Came out of nowhere. He was living the life, man. Top of the world. Looked like this guy's gonna go to jail. You know, it's a lot of shadiness. You know, it's like Wall Street is all full of crooks, I would say. You know, hey, I'm not on Wall Street. What do I know? But I'm just a guy. A lot of shadiness happens. This guy got caught. He got pinched. Let's read some of this. It says, this is AP news article by Larry Newminster, November 3rd, 2023. FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried's spectacular rise and fall in the cryptocurrency industry, a journey that included his testimony before Congress and a Super Bowl advertisement, a dream of a future run for president, hit rock bottom Thursday when a New York jury convicted him of fraud for stealing at least $10 billion from customers and investors. $10 billion with a B. Gosh, it's gracious. If anybody, if you'd expect anybody to beat a case, it would be this guy. You know, you would think with $10 billion, you'd be able to beat a case. Wait a minute, y'all. Let me make sure y'all can hear me, because I do not want to be sitting here talking and nobody can hear me. Okay. So it says, after the month-long trial, jurors rejected Bankman-Fried's claim during testimony in Manhattan federal court that he never committed fraud or meant to cheat customers before FTX, once the world's second largest crypto exchange, collapsed into bankruptcy a year ago. Bankman-Fried, please rise and face the jury, Judge Lewis A. Kaplan commanded, just before a jury of 4 women responded guilty. 7 times to counts of wire fraud, 2 counts of wire fraud conspiracy, and 3 other conspiracy charges, which carry potential penalties adding up to 110 years in prison. Bankman-Fried is likely to face far less than the maximum at a sentencing set for March 28. I wonder how much time will he get. We'll see. It says up to 110 years. We know he's not going to get that. He'll probably do 10% of that. So 10, 11, 12. He might do 12. Maybe he'll get paroled after like 7, 8. I don't know. Are these federal charges? If they're federal charges, he's going to sit down for that whole time, for that whole 10 or 12 or whatever it is. I don't know. $10 billion. I don't know. 10 years might be fucking worth it if you could still have the money. Did they take the money? If he can hide that money somewhere and sit down for 10 years and then get out with the 10 billion, I don't know. That might still be a win. He's a young guy. It said month-long charges rejected. What did it say? Some come out here. Please face the jury. Four women responded guilty. Was that up before a jury of four women? Is that what it? Something's wrong with this. So what? It was only four women. Like, why is it spelled this way? I don't know. I'm confused, y'all. Clear me up with that. I don't know. They must be a typo or something. Because the women were in the front. Is that what they mean? Women in front said not guilty. I'm confused. Let's read on. It says, as the verdict was read, Bankman-Fried seemed stunned, appearing stone-faced, his hands clasped before him as his lawyers remained sitting beside him. When he sat down, he looked down for several minutes. His lawyer, Mark Cohen, later read a statement outside court to say they respect the jury's decision, but we are very disappointed with the result. Mr. Bankman-Fried maintains his innocence and will continue to vigorously fight the charges against him, Cohen said. U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, who sat in the front row of the spectator section during the verdict, stood before cameras outside the courthouse and said Bankman-Fried perpetrated one of the biggest financial frauds in American history, a multi-billion-dollar scheme designed to make him the king of crypto. That dude was balling out of control for the longest. But here's the thing, the cryptocurrency industry might be new. The players like Sam Bankman-Fried might be new. This kind of fraud, this kind of corruption is as old as time, and we have no patience for it, he said. He said the case should serve as a warning to every other fraudster who thinks they're untouchable, that their crimes are too complex, that they are too powerful to persecute, and can talk their way out of their crimes, because I promise we'll have enough handcuffs for all of them. The jury rejected Bankman-Fried's insistence during the 3 days of testimony that he never committed fraud or plotted to steal from customers, investors, and lenders, and didn't realize his companies were at least $10 billion in debt until October 2022. Another one, it said, reading on, it says, after the jury left the room, Bankman-Fried's parents, both Stanford University law professors, moved to the front row behind him. His father put his arm around his wife as Bankman-Fried was led out of the courtroom. He looked back and nodded toward his mother, who nodded back and then became emotional, wiping her hand over her face after he left the room. The trial attracted intense interest, with its focus on a fraud on a scale not seen since the 2009 prosecution of Bernard Madoff, whose Ponzi scheme over decades cheated thousands of investors out of about $20 billion. Madoff pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 150 years in prison, where he died in 2021. Damn. So you know what this makes me think about, though? When you do commit fraud, when you steal from people that are like the investors, these are like elite folks. He basically frauded. He took money from. That's when they get you. That's when they come for you. I think, from me, like I say, I'm just a guy, but me looking at this, if he was ripping off poor folks, I think this dude would be still doing it. But because he was stealing from rich folks, they came and got him. I think that's the thing. So I was looking at this and I was thinking about it. So like I say, $10 billion, you would think he wouldn't get caught, he'd get off, he'd find a way out of this or something, right? But, you can fraud certain people, and then there's others that you can't. They're not going to let you get away with it, because it's like they're protecting the, they're protecting the elite, they're protecting the rich folks. The regular Joe Blows who are just working 9-to-5 jobs aren't the people who this guy ripped off. Let me read some more. It says, the persecution of Bankman-Fried, I can't say his name right because it looks like Fried to me. The prosecution of Bankman-Fried, 31, put a spotlight on the emerging industry of cryptocurrency and a group of young executives in the East who lived together in a $3 million luxury apartment in the Bahamas as they dreamed of becoming the most powerful player in the new financial field. Prosecutors made sure jurors knew that defendant they saw in court with short hair and a suit was not the man with big messy hair and the shorts that became his trademark appearance after he started the cryptocurrency hedge fund Alameda Research in 2017 and FTX, his cryptocurrency exchange 2 years later. They showed the jury pictures of Bankman-Fried sleeping on a private jet, sitting with a deck of cards, and mingling at the Super Bowl with celebrities, including the singer Katy Perry. Assistant U.S. Attorney Nicholas Roos called Bankman-Fried someone who liked celebrity chasing. In a closing argument, Cohen said prosecutors were trying to turn Sam into some sort of villain, some sort of monster. It's both wrong and unfair, and I hope and believe that you have seen that it's simply not true, he said, according to the government. Everything Sam ever touched and said was fraudulent. The government relied heavily on the testimony of 3 former members of the Bankman-Fried's inner circle, his top executives, including his girlfriend, Caroline Ellison, to explain how Bankman-Fried used Alameda Research to siphon billions of dollars from customer accounts at FTX. With that money, prosecutors said the Massachusetts Institute of Technology graduate gained influence and power through investments, contributions, tens of millions of dollars in political contributions, congressional testimony, and a publicity campaign that enlisted celebrities like comedian Larry David and football quarterback Tom Brady. Ellison, 28, testified that Bankman-Fried directed her while she was chief executive of Alameda Research to commit fraud as he pursued ambitions to lead huge companies, spend money influentially, and run for U.S. president someday. She said he thought he had a 5% chance to eventually be U.S. president. This guy had big dreams. And her talking about she didn't know or whatever, get the F out of here. I know all of them that was in the inner circle knew what the hell was going on. Becoming tearful as she described the collapse of the cryptocurrency empire last November, Ellison said the revelations that caused customers collectively to demand their money back, exposing the fraud, brought a relief that I didn't have to lie anymore. FTX co-founder Gary Wang, who was FTX chief technology officer, revealed in his testimony that Bankman-Fried directed him to insert code into FTX operations so that Alameda Research could make unlimited withdrawals from FTX and have a credit line up to $65 billion. Wang said the money came from customers. Nishad Singh, the former head of engineering at FTX, testified that he felt blindsided and horrified at the results of actions of a man who once admired when he saw the extent of the fraud. He said the collapse last November left him suicidal. Ellison, Wang, and Singh all pled guilty to fraud charges and testified against Bankman-Fried in the hope of leniency and sentencing. So are these people going to catch cases? Bankman-Fried was arrested in Bahamas last December and extradited to the United States, where he was freed on a $250 million personal reconnaissance bond with electronic monitoring and a requirement that he remain at the home of his parents in Palo Alto, California. He still got a good deal. He got to sit at home. How many of us, any of us would be way lesser thing. We'd be sitting in jail waiting for the court. $250 million. Ugh. His communications, including hundreds of phone calls with journalists and internet influencers, along with emails and texts, eventually got him in trouble when the judge concluded he was trying to influence prospective trial witnesses and ordered him jailed in August. Well, he was doing too much. During the trial, prosecutors used Bankman-Fried's public statements, online announcements, and his congressional testimony against him. How the entrepreneur repeatedly promised customers that their deposits were safe and secure as late as November 7th, when he tweeted, "FTX is fine, assets are fine." As customers furiously tried to withdraw their money, he deleted the tweet the next day. FTX filed for bankruptcy 4 days later. In his closing, Roos mocked Bankman-Fried's testimony, saying that under questioning from his lawyer, the defendant's words were smooth, like it had been rehearsed a bunch of times. But under cross-examination, he was a different person, the prosecutor said. Suddenly, on cross-examination, he couldn't remember a single detail about his company or what he said publicly. it was uncomfortable to hear. He never said he couldn't recall during his direct examination, but it happened over 140 times during his cross examination. Former federal prosecutor said the quick verdict, after only half a day of deliberation, showed how well the government tried the case. The government tried the case as we expected, said Joshua A. Naftalis, a partner at Palace Partners LLP and a former Manhattan prosecutor. It was a massive fraud, but that doesn't mean it had to be a complicated fraud. And I think the jury understood that argument. Yep. So we'll find out in the sentencing how much time this guy's gonna get. Poor dude. You know, I don't really feel sorry for him. I ain't gonna lie. This dude was living life. He's gonna go down as a legend with this shit. I ain't gonna even lie. But you know, I think about that movie Wolf of Wall Street. It's kind of like the same thing, right? They got that guy too. He got locked up. You can't fraud people with money. They're gonna come and get you. They said we're having trouble streaming to your destination. Is it possible to stream ended or deleted its destination? This can occur if RTMP server URL stream key is incorrect. We'll keep trying. Let you know if it's been resolved. Give me a second, y'all. Let me see if I can fix this. What are y'all talking about? Give me a second, because they're talking about Rumble, and I get a lot of views from Rumble when I'm going live, so I'd hate for it to not be showing. What happened? Did I not save changes? Hold on, let's see. Is it doing it now? All right, hold on, y'all. Let me see. Can I remove it? Hold on. Can I remove? Okay, I'm gonna remove it. Remove. I apologize, y'all. Let me see. Now let me go to destinations. Wait. I need to go to destinations. Hold on. Let me open another StreamYard. Forgive me, y'all. You know what? Let me play. Can I play a video while I'm doing this? Let's play a video while I'm doing this. It shouldn't take long, but I don't want to leave y'all with just air. One second.
Territory where more than 9,200 people have been killed, including at least 3,800 children. Among the dead and injured are Palestinians sheltering at a United Nations-run school in the Jabalia wife, son to the ground.
We are victims.
Palestinians during overnight raids and the attacks on 19. Schumer says Democrats won't in the Israeli town.
I don't want to play the fucking carnage, man. I'm tired of looking at it.
The House of Representatives has approved a $14.3 billion military aid package for Israel, largely along party lines. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats won't take up the bill after House Republicans excluded funding for Ukraine's military and proposed slashing IRS funding to pay for the weapons to Israel. President Biden has asked Congress for a $106 billion emergency spending package that includes funding for Israel, Taiwan, and Ukraine. The request includes an unprecedented provision to entirely waive congressional notification of the future sale of military equipment and weapons to Israel, including stocks of ballistic missiles and artillery shells. This is Vice President Kamala Harris speaking from London Thursday after talks with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak.
We are not going to create any conditions on the support that we are giving Israel to defend itself.
The White House continues to rule out calls for a ceasefire in Gaza, a day after Biden said Israel's military should allow for humanitarian pauses. On Thursday,
Okay, I think I'm good now. I think I'm showing. It's got a check mark, so we're gonna go with that. What's up, Pat? He said he was a stooge. Says crypto is encrypted. Yeah, well, that didn't protect those investors. They didn't protect those investors. And this guy put like a stain on the whole freaking crypto market. Like he made it seem shady, you know. He made it look like it was full of fraud, you know. That might be a reason why they came after him. But I really think the real reason why they came after him is because rich people got screwed. And they don't let you get away with that. That's when they come after you. When you let rich people, when you screw rich people out of money. Anyways, yep, that guy's going to jail. We just don't know how long. He's going to jail though. I'm gonna come back to let's look at this other article right here. Amazon. Let's look at this article. It's another Associated Press. Amazon used an algorithm to essentially raise prices on other sites. The FTC says. Shady, shady, shady. Shady, shady, shady. I bet you no matter what Amazon does, I bet y'all won't boycott Amazon. It's too intricate to y'all's lives. What happened? They don't have no video here. Let's read some. It's by Hallelujah. Am I saying that right? Hallelujah. Hadero. November 2nd, 2023. Am I sharing? Okay. No, I don't want to join. All right. It says Amazon used a secret algorithm to essentially help raise prices on the online sites and also destroy internal communications as the Federal Trade Commission undertook an antitrust investigation against it, according to newly unredacted portions of the agency's lawsuit. Yeah, man, antitrust. Why the hell this haven't happened already? Like, there's a few companies out there. Google absolutely needs to be busted up, and it's literally against the law. Like, there was a time where, you know, you had these antitrust laws that they actually had teeth and they were actually enforced. And there's a reason why you don't want these big ass freaking major ass global conglomerates, because there's no competition and it's really not healthy. It's not healthy for the economy. And that's the reason why part of the reason why we got this inflation that we have is because they're freaking price gouging, but there's no damn competition. It's all the same companies that own in each sector. There's a freaking monopoly. And like I say, remember when we had it's still a problem today too, related to the baby formula. We had the baby formula shortage that happened. It was like right around the pandemic, I think, right after it. And it sounded like it was because of the pandemic, but really it's because it's like one company who does it. And then it was like their storage or whatever got corrupted. It was some stuff in it or whatever, like so they had to shut down the plants, and freaking it completely killed the whole last market. Like it was a shortage of freaking baby formula as a result. So this is what happens. You don't have a healthy economy when you don't have healthy competition. When you only have one company running the whole thing, something goes wrong with that company and we're all screwed. It's happening with the grocery stores. I really won't be surprised. Something happens with one of these big grocery stores and boom, we're not going to have no food in the stores. We're in a really weak ass economy. Like, it looks strong, but it's weak because of these damn monopolies. Let me read this. It says, the new excerpts unveiled Thursday allege executives at the e-commerce giant intentionally deleted communications by using a feature on the popular app Signal that makes messages disappear. By doing this, the FTC said Amazon destroyed more than 2 years worth of communications from June 2019 to at least early 2022, despite instructions it gave Amazon not to do so. In a prepared statement, Amazon spokesperson Tim Doyle called the FTC claim baseless and irresponsible. Of course they would say that. Amazon voluntarily disclosed employee Signal use to the FTC, painstakingly collected Signal conversations from its employees' phones and allowed agency staff to inspect those conversations even when they had nothing to do with FTC's investigation, Doyle said. The FTC and 17 states sued Amazon in September, alleging the company was abusing its position in the marketplace to inflate prices on and off its platform, overcharge sellers, and stifle competition. Amazon is accused of violating federal and state antitrust laws, but the company has responded with a full-throttle defense in its business practices. And people know this really is true, and it's like, it said, abusing its position in the marketplace to inflate prices on and off its platform, overcharge sellers, and stifle competition. Like, people know, like, basically Amazon is the only, one in town, so if you're selling something, if you want to be successful in selling that thing, you pretty much need to have it on Amazon. So Amazon has the power to screw you over. So, like, if Amazon has a product that's similar to your product and they're going to fuck with the prices on their products to, beat you. Like, they can lower their prices lower than you, because they have the power to do that. Like, if you are an independent, person who's trying to sell some stuff, you can only put your prices so low and still be able to make a profit. Amazon can push it lower than that, and it won't matter because they have the big ass platform and they'll make their money somewhere else, and they'll just squash you out and they'll make all the money. It says the antitrust case is the most aggressive move the government has taken to tame the market power of Seattle-based Amazon, and comes as the FTC has been taking big swings against tech companies. They need to. The unredacted excerpts of the lawsuit disclosed on Thursday provided more details on a talked about algorithm, which was previously reported by the Wall Street Journal and the former Vox reporter Jason Del Rey. The FTC's excerpts say the tool, codenamed Project Nessie, has been used by Amazon to pinpoint products that will allow it to rake in more cash. The company used it to predict where it can raise prices and have other shopper sites follow suit. Amazon activated the algorithm to raise prices on some products, and when others followed its lead, it kept the elevated prices in place. The agency said using Nessie has generated more than $1 billion in excess profits for Amazon, according to FTC. This sounds so freaking shady. So, and then we talk about inflation again, and then they're like, they're not price fixing anything. This sounds like price fixing right here. Like, maybe you don't have to have a meeting with the people and be like, hey, we're going to raise the prices to this. Are y'all cool? They could just do something like this, and everybody's watching Amazon. They follow behind them. They don't have to have a meeting. They don't have to have a Zoom meeting. The agency said Amazon deployed Project Nessie in 2014 and has turned it on and off at least 8 times before 2015 and 2019. Regulators said Amazon claims the algorithm is currently paused. The company has thought about running experiments in 2020 and 2021 to improve its effectiveness. Dole of Amazon called Nessie an old pricing algorithm that's been grossly mischaracterized by the agency. He said Nessie was used to stop Amazon's price matching from resulting in unusual outcomes where prices became so low that they were unsustainable, and that Amazon scrapped it several years ago because it didn't work as intended. Bullshit. The unredacted portions of the lawsuit also shed more light on Amazon's advertising business. The agency claimed that CEO Jeff Bezos instructed executives to accept more junk ads, internally called defects, because the company could earn more money through increased advertising despite their presence being a headache for consumers. Amazon called the claims grossly misleading and taken out of context. Meanwhile, another unredacted portion of the lawsuit provided more details on the government's allegations that Amazon is essentially compelling sellers to use its logistics service called Fulfillment by Amazon, or FBA. The agency said in early 2019, the company turned against a program that allows sellers to display a Prime badge on their listings without using FBA when it learned other fulfillment providers were advertising their services to sellers. Amazon suspended enrollment in the program a few years ago, saying it wasn't delivering the same high-quality experience customers expect from Prime. But the agency said in 2018, sellers enrolled in the program have met a delivery estimate requirement set by Amazon more than 95% of the time. Yeah, so like they're saying that it wasn't meeting, it wasn't providing the service that they wanted to provide at the level that they wanted to provide. But it says they meet the requirements 95% of the time. Really, they just didn't want no competition. They want that you to use Amazon's delivery service, their logistics, because they're going to make money. Another one, it says, NetChoice, an industry group backed by Amazon, said Thursday that FTX was being misleading, and the delivery estimates noted in the complaint were set by sellers, not Amazon. Doyle of Amazon also said 2018 sellers using the program were promised deliveries within 2 days, less than 16% of the time, far worse than the performance of sellers using Fulfillment by Amazon. The company reopened their enrollment into the program a few months ago while under the glare of regulators. See, I don't really get it completely, but that just sounds shady. And like I say, these damn big companies, man, that's the problem. They need to be busted up. Amazon definitely needs to be busted up. Google definitely needs to be busted up. These banks. I saw something recently. Let me see if we can pull this up. They're having a problem with the today, the direct deposits didn't show with the bank accounts. Let's see. Pops up. Yes. And what's crazy is it's the third too, and a lot of people have to pay their bills, right? They got to pay their mortgage, they got to pay their rent. And if their direct deposit didn't go in and they can't pay their bills, then they're going to have to pay late fees and shit like that. And it's going to be all because these damn banks, it's multiple banks too that are having the same problem. So they must be using the same service. There goes another fucking monopoly. They must be using the same company that does that particular service for multiple banks.
Banks across the U.S. hit with deposit delays on what is payday for many Americans. According to the Federal Reserve, it was caused by an error at a payment processing network. Deposits that were authorized yesterday at 6 o'clock appeared to have the account and recipient information obscured, according to the Reserve. Customers at Bank of America, Chase, U.S. Bank, Truist, and Wells Fargo have all complained of issues. Banks reassured customers that their balances will be updated when those deposits are received, but do not have an estimate on. Banks across the U.S.
We don't have an estimate on timing. So what the hell, bro? I gotta pay my mortgage. I didn't have that problem. I got paid last week. So, but if I would have got paid this week, but I don't do direct deposit anymore. I wish I did, but this company that I work for doesn't do direct deposits. It's a pain in the ass, but whatever. So, but most of my life I had direct deposit, and so like if I was having a direct deposit today and I needed to pay my damn mortgage today, that would be a fucking problem. I would be pissed. That's the kind of shit that'll make you want to leave the bank and go to another one. But you see, they said Chase, Wells Fargo. What did they say? They named like 4 banks. So how can all of these banks have the same issue on the same day? That means that they're using the same company to do whatever it is, related to these direct deposits. Like I say, no competition.
This is
WGN News. I don't want to play y'all's little thing. They're going to get me for that.
A headache if you're a customer of several major banks. The Federal Reserve saying a payment processing network is down, causing delays for many of your deposits. Customers at Bank of America, Chase, U.S. Bank, Wells Fargo, and others complaining direct deposits didn't show up in your accounts. Banks say the deposits are safe and the problem has been caused by a, quote, manual error, not a cyber attack.
A manual error? How could it be a manual error and it's multiple banks? Help me understand.
Payday for most people, but banks are warning customers all across the country your deposits could be delayed. Devon Ramin following the story tonight. What's causing this problem, Devon?
Well, Lynn, the good news in all of this is that today's delay was not due to any sort of cyber attack or hack, but the Federal Reserve says human error is to blame.
Tonight, customers of some of the nation's largest banks, including Bank of America, Chase, and Wells Fargo, are wondering when they'll see their paychecks. Many woke up to notifications like this one, alerting customers of a glitch and temporary delay to direct deposits. The Federal Reserve issuing this alert to banks across the country, stating the delays were due to a processing issue at the Automated Clearinghouse, what many know as ACH. It's the processing system which allows banks to send electronic payments like direct deposits and payments for online bills. Notices to customers at impacted banks stress that deposits remain safe and the money will show up eventually.
Now, the feds say that systems are back up and running normally tonight, but it's unclear when delayed money will be hitting accounts. We did speak with one man earlier this evening who didn't want to go on camera, but was anxious, as many people are wondering how they're expecting to pay their bills. Lynn?
Yeah, I bet they are wondering. Eventually is the word that scares people.
Yeah,
Thanks,
eventually.
Devon. All right, let's switch.
Yeah, eventually. Man, so ACH, I guess that's the company that fucked up. So, but like I say, man, what the hell? You got these banks all across the nation are using the same company to do this particular job. That's a problem. If they had other companies doing that job, then this wouldn't be so, widespread. Multiple banks across the nation. Telling y'all, man, y'all think this stuff is all neat and tidy, but it's not nearly as neat and tidy as they want to make it seem to y'all.
Right now, take a break. Well, I'm not stopping. We're driving, but we're bringing you this news. There are deposit issues, not only in Bank of America, but a lot of other banks. So got an email from Ranu. Hopefully I got that pronunciation right. And he sent me what he was sent just this morning. Whoa, that happens when you slam on the brakes. All right, there we go. All right, Ninja Sun, don't slam on the brakes. I gotta love live. All right, so I'm gonna get like a fully mounted camera in this car so that whenever I'm going, I can bring you guys breaking news. So this is what he sent me from Bank of America today. It says right here, some deposits may be temporarily delayed. Deposits from November 3rd may be temporarily delayed due to an issue impacting multiple financial institutions. Your accounts remain secure. I love how they've got to actually give you that kind of information, right? Don't worry, don't panic and take your money out. But I guess what money when your deposits aren't being, put into where you can access them. Think about this. There's going to be a day, and this, I believe, is foreshadowing of what is going to come during a major banking crisis in 2024. We got a real taste of it in 2023, in the beginning of this year, and now I think we're going to see something much bigger, a much larger magnitude in 2024. Let me just adjust this. I've got like my small...
It's kind of connected to the FTX thing, because when the FTX thing happened, it caused a problem. I want to say a bank went out of business. I can't quite remember, but I know Chase bought a bank. Can't remember which bank it was. Basically, the government gave Chase that bank, and so and so many Americans, so many people are living check to check that this kind of thing can really be catastrophic, to someone, and we want to, and they force us to use the banks. It's like we're living in a more and more cashless society, so you pretty much have to have a bank to be able to be a functioning adult nowadays. So they force you to use the banks. They got a monopoly, and then one person makes one little mistake and it can fuck everything up. It's scary.
Small tripod. All right. It says here, and your balance will be updated as soon as the deposit is received. You do not need to take any action. Well, what kind of action can you take other than call and complain? Type 1 if one of your bank accounts have had the exact same thing. Now, I've got 2 news stories to share with you. The first one is out of azcentral.com. It's entitled Bank of America Customers Complain of Deposit Issues. And Chase were experiencing deposit delays Friday morning. The Federal Reserve alerted banks early Friday, today, that a processing issue at a national network for processing transactions was causing the deposit delays. According to Down Detector, Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo have experienced a surge of reporting outages since Friday. There's more banks involved in that. I'm going to show you that in just a second. Bank of America users app says here, some deposits from 11/3 may be temporarily delayed. I already read you that from.
So I guess if y'all didn't know, y'all might want to check your shit and make sure y'all shit is straight. Because Chase is like everybody. Everybody has Chase. You either have Chase or Bank of America, or what was the other one? They didn't say Wells Fargo. It's only a few banks that people use, really. Yeah, so y'all need to check y'all shit. Let me see. What do I want to go into? I have some more articles I want to do, but I've been reading a lot and my voice is kind of tired. So let's see. We'll go to Insta. How y'all feeling out there? Exhausted with all this bullshit in the news? Maybe it's just me because I'll be looking at this shit too fucking much. Check this out. It says tens of thousands of garment workers in Bangladesh who make products for brands like Zara, H&M, and Gap are on strike. Their minimum wage is $75 a month, and they're demanding it rise to $208. The bosses are only offering $90. They've shut down over 300 factories so far. 300 factories. Zara, H&M, and Gap. Yeah. It's Perfect Union posted this. It says, workers in Bangladesh have shut down production for top fashion brands, including Levi's, H&M, Zara, Gap, and more. Bangladesh's 3,500 garment factories account for around 85% of the country's exports. But conditions for workers, almost all of whom are women, are dire. Monthly wages start at $75. Workers are striking for fairer pay and better conditions. Yeah, man. I guess these people are looking at, the UAW strike was successful. The writer's strike for Hollywood, it was also successful. I'm sure, in this day and age of the internet, people are watching this stuff from around the world, and they're like, wait, we can strike and that can actually have an impact and help our situation. Let's see. Let's read some comments. It says, "Y'all are cheering now, but you won't be cheering when you see the price increases." Whatever, man. These people getting paid. It said $75 a month. God, that is freaking horrible. And anyways, screw Zara, H&M, Gap, Levi's. Anyways, a lot of this stuff is overpriced any damn ways. You know what I mean? Like, whatever, man. Like, it's gonna really. These are not like necessity products right here. It's not like it's gonna affect people's lives. Like, you can choose to not go to H&M, Gap, or Levi's or whatever. Like, you could go get your jeans from somewhere freaking else, you know, or you don't have to buy the high-end jeans from that store. You can go to that store and get the freaking, you know, discount rack or whatever. That's, you know, people always make comments like that, like, "Oh, you're gonna be crying when the prices go up, man." So you don't care about these people fucking getting paid $75 a month. You think they deserve that? That's what they should get, huh? Just so you can spend, you know, $10 less or whatever on your freaking designer jeans or whatever. We're so detached. Another comment, it says, "Imagine asking for $200 a month and being told no by multi-million-dollar corporations. Disgusting." You know, and how much are they making off of these damn jeans? Like I say, they pay them $75 a month. They probably make a whole bunch of stuff during that month's time. You know, H&M is not a low-end store. Like, you know, Zara, Gap, not really. And Levi's have been going up and up in the years. It's becoming like a medium brand. You know, freaking, that's how much a pair of jeans costs. So one pair of jeans is the wage for freaking somebody for a whole month. You know, they're making a killing. You know, they can afford to pay these people. Another one, it says, "At least one worker striking for fair wages in Bangladesh was killed this week from a rubber bullet shot by police." You know, and that's what always happens. So like the police they protect property. They protect, you know, the interests of the corporations. Like, that's their job. Like, you know, so like someone is striking because they're not getting paid enough and they end up dying as a result. Like, another one, it says, "Did you say $75 a month?" Yes, that's what they said. Another one, it says, "Do they have a strike fund? I can pay for a few of them to stay on strike." They probably don't. Another one, it says, "The capitalists won't give you anything unless you fight for it." That's the thing, you know. You know, what there's a quote that says, "If you don't complain, then they'll say that you liked it or whatever." And then, you know, they hate for you to complain, right? It's like you get punished for complaining, right? But if you don't say you have a problem with the way things are, they're gonna say you obviously are happy with it. You smile all the time. You're happy with the circumstances. It's like it's good for them. It's like what they said about the slaves. It's like it was better for them. They were happy being slaves. Another one, it says, "I stopped shopping for clothes from the mall and lots of other stores who use sweatshop labor almost altogether. I hope they get the wages they deserve and need, and that the industry shifts to a more sustainable model. Clothing waste is no joke." Pretty much all the brands use sweatshop labor, you know. What brands don't? That would be the question I would have. Everything should be local anyway. You know, that's part of the problem. That's why they're able to get away with this kinds of stuff, because we're detached from it because it's on the other side of the world, you know. That's why, and we don't produce anything here in the States, like, you know, and that's the reason, because they can go overseas and pay somebody $75 a month. They're gonna have to pay real wages over here, you know. But then again, like just like the conglomerates, the monopolies is a problem. It's the same thing when you don't produce anything locally. You know, if we really want to have a sustainable economy, a strong economy, then everything should be local. You know, a lot of the problems will be resolved. It'll be stronger, you know. And then these companies can still make lots and lots of money. It's just that they want to make so freaking much. And at the end of the day, a lot of times, I don't even think it's about the money. It's more about like oppressing people, because I know that they can still make the money that they want to make and do things in a more, just way, but it's just not set up for that. It's like this class system is to keep certain people, struggling. It says pay all workers a living wage. How can anyone survive on $90 a month? That is exploitation. I could not survive on $200 a week. I will be homeless and hungry. Close the pay gap. But one thing you have to understand, that this is in other countries, so it's like things cost more, a lot more here in the United States. So of course, $75 a month, like I don't know, you'd be under a bridge here. Like that isn't even enough for food for a month here. So, but in other countries, your money can go further. So you can't compare it on even playing field, because it's not, It says, I hate all those stores. So solidarity. Another one that says, I hate big companies, especially clothing style companies. Woohoo. Another one that says, hell yeah, good for them. Don't throw away your pants yet. Hold on to it. Next pants repair shop will demand more wages. Yeah. And how many pairs of jeans do you really need? Like, once you become an adult, like, you don't change your size. If you don't get any bigger or smaller, like, how many pairs of jeans do you really need? Like, and back in the days, you did have repair shops. Like, you could still do it. You could take your clothing to like the cleaners, and it's expensive as hell. I've done it. So I know, but they'll do it. They'll do repairs. So like I say, you don't really need, like, how many pair of jeans do you really need? That's part of the problem with us. Like, we got to have a new pair of jeans every year, multiple new pairs of jeans every year. The fall fashion, spring fashion, summer fashion, whatever. Bullshit. Anyways. Let me see what happened. Give me a second, y'all. I don't know what all I put in here. Oh yeah, this story is kind of funny right here. It says 2 men were arrested Wednesday after stolen packages of oxtails were found in a car during a traffic stop in Cyprus. So the people got pulled over, and then they found a bunch of oxtails in the car. Man, oxtails are expensive. They was finna make a killing probably. I don't know what they were planning on doing, cooking it and selling it into plates, a plate store or something. Oxtails are ridiculously overpriced. It's barely even any meat on that thing. Why do they cost so much? Help me understand. Tony Baker's making fun of this. Let's listen.
Issue is pure. And why the cops got the oxtails laid out like it's kilos of cocaine? Look at this, man. They laid it all out. They laid it out. They kicked this up to the lieutenant. Like, man, we found him, Lieutenant. We got him. We got him dead to rights, man. We got 40 kilos of oxtail. Rodriguez, was it a legit bust? Did you pull him over? Did you have probable cause? Of course we did, Lieutenant, and we got him dead to rights. Rodriguez, you're gonna be detective in no time. You keep this up, man. You'll be working with the DEA in no time. You goddamn right, Lieutenant. You goddamn right. This cop made his career on the oxtail bust of 2023.
What's up, Leaf of Fire Spit?
Now, what in the haberdasheries and hemoglobin is going on here? They done found a shipment of stolen oxtails. I'd be so pissed. We get pulled over for a traffic stop, and they catch our shipment of stolen oxtail. And what was the plan with these oxtails? Was they gonna sell it in the community of Cyprus? Is that what's going on? Yo, man, I got the oxtails, man. I give you a package of oxtails, man. 50% cheaper than when you buy it in the stores, man. We got the shipment coming in, man. It's pure. It's pure. And then when they show up with the stolen goods, are they tasting the oxtails right then and there to make sure it's pure? And why the cops got the oxtails late?
That's so funny, man. That's so funny to me. Like, wow, how did they get out the store with all these oxtails too? Like, how did they know it was stolen? Like, I have so many questions. Look like they got some shrimp there too. They probably was gonna make some plates. They got some steaks. Look like a roast back there. Man, maybe they just hungry. Maybe they was gonna put it in the freezer, the deep freezer, and they was just gonna eat on these for a while. I doubt it. They was gonna make some plates or something. Like they probably sell plates. They was gonna do a sale on the oxtails. Like, we got the sale on the oxtails, bro. Come get you a plate. Anyways, some comments. It says, damn, I need that kind of deal. Free big homie. Another comment says, I never had oxtails, so every time I see a post about them, I'll be wondering what I'm missing. I like oxtails. I love them anyways. I love them. I don't know. Maybe it's a southern thing, you know. Another comment says, did the oxtails disappear from the evidence room? That's somebody's rent laid out on the sun going to waste. Telling you, that's how much them hoes cost. It says, free them. Did they have crab legs? Another one says, put the oxtails in the freezer. Yeah, I wonder, did they put them in the evidence? Where did they go? They probably just threw this shit away. Waste. What a waste. Another comment says, they either work for a restaurant or they trying to stunt this Thanksgiving. Another one that says, don't forget the half kilo of shrimp. Another one that says, I can't even say this number, like 9 trillion worth of meat. This is federal time. Another one is, with the prices of oxtails right now, I completely understand. I'm telling you. It says, I wish I could have caught his prices before he got caught. This is funny to me, y'all. It says, if you've seen these oxtail prices from your local Jamaican spot, you'd understand. Yeah, man, you go get you a Jamaican plate, or just get you an oxtail plate. They're gonna put 2, 3. You're lucky if you get 4 oxtails in there. And they're gonna be thin. They're gonna cut them hoes thin. They're gonna throw you some cabbage, some rice and peas in there. It's gonna be delicious, but you're gonna get like 3 oxtails. You're gonna be wanting some more. It's been a while since I did that anyways, because those plates be high as hell. I'd rather cook it myself. But oxtails take, time and effort. Yeah, they're talking about that. I'm going to come back to that later. That budget deal.
Kind of observation be on AI and the impact on labor markets and people's jobs, and how they should feel about that as they think about this?
Well, I think we are seeing the most disruptive force in history here. Where we have for the first time, we will have for the first time something that is smarter than the smartest human. And that, it's hard to say exactly what that moment is, but there will come a point where no job is needed. You can have a job if you want to have a job for sort of personal satisfaction, but the AI will be able to do everything. So I don't know if that makes people comfortable or uncomfortable. That's why I say if you wish for a magic genie, that gives you any wishes you want, and there's no limit. You don't have this 3 wish limit nonsense. You just have as many wishes as you want. It's both good and bad. One of the challenges in the future will be, how do we find meaning in life? If you have a magic genie that can do everything you want, I do think it's hard. When there's new technology, it tends to usually follow an S curve. In this case, we're going to be on the exponential portion of the S curve for a long time, and we have to be able to ask for anything. It won't be, and we won't have universal basic income. We'll have universal high income. So in some sense, it'll be somewhat of a leveler, or an equalizer, because really, I think everyone will have access to this magic genie, and you'll be able to ask any question. It'll certainly be good for education. It'll be the best tutor you could, and the most patient tutor. Sit there all day.
What would your kind of observation be on AI and the impact on?
So it says Elon Musk tells Rishi Sunak AI is the most disruptive force in history. Says Elon Musk predicts there will come a point where no job is needed due to artificial intelligence, adding that AI will be able to do everything. Musk sat down with Prime Minister Rishi Sunak after AI Safety Summit. Yeah, man. So like they're talking about this a lot. So it's like that's why they're already coming out with this like universal basic income. He kind of mentioned it in here. They've been trying it out in some states too. You know, Texas will probably be the last state that'll do some shit like that, but they've already done it in some places, and the results are good. And people are like, oh, people are just going to mess off the money and they're just going to use drugs or whatever. But that's not what the data is showing. You know, people get better jobs, you know, people improve their lives when they have this money that they can count on coming in every month. You know, it has positive impacts. It helps, it stimulates the economy. It's really a good thing, you know. People are like, oh, free money, oh, communism, or whatever, you know. I think that at some point, people, that these arguments are going to get old, and they're going to realize, you know, it's like, who, no matter how much money you make, who wouldn't like a extra G to hit their bank every month or whatever, you know? And then the argument about free money, you know, we pay a lot in taxes. We put a lot of money into the system. Like, how come we don't get dividends back from our investments? You know what I mean? Like, we talked about the pharmaceutical industry on the show a lot, and how like they use tax money to do the research and development of these drugs. So then they privatize the profit though. They privatize the profit because once the drug is developed, then it gets owned by some private corporation who makes all of the money off of that drug. When at the beginning, most of the money that was used to do the research and development was tax money. How come they can't give us, you know, some dividends back on that? And then that wouldn't be free money. You know what I'm saying? That's not just money coming out of air. That sounds fair. Like, who doesn't want, you know, dividends from their investments, returns from their investments? You know, and let's make it even simpler than that. How come they can't do like government investments in the name of the American taxpayers? You know, some kind of investment firm, like a government investment firm, and it makes investments and it gets dividends, and it breaks those dividends up and gives it back to the taxpayers. Like, does that sound crazy? Am I talking craziness? It's like communism. Is that communism? Is that socialism? You know, like, what is wrong with that idea? You know, they make investments on behalf of the taxpayers and actually give them dividends, and it just straight hits your account. You don't have to do anything. Whatever. You're gonna call me crazy. Crazy communist Marxists. My mic is doing something weird. Let's read some comments. It says, funny because I think Rishi is the most destructive force in history. Another comment that says, why is a prime minister fanboy interviewing a business entrepreneur? This is not his role, it's to serve the people. That's kind of a good question. Like, and the way people fawn over Elon Musk, like even this guy, he's a politician, and he's like groveling to Elon Musk and giggling at everything he's saying, like he's a teenage girl or something. Like, aren't you supposed to be like, it's like it looks like a podcast, you know what I mean? Drink Champs or something, you know? Freaking, aren't you supposed to be doing some kind of politics work, something on the behalf of the American, you know, not the American citizens. This guy is in UK, right? I think he's a UK politician. Or Canada, I don't know. My brain is all over the place right now. But either way, shouldn't he be doing some work like for the people instead of fanboying freaking Elon Musk? Let's see. Another comment that says, let's start with replacing politicians. Ooh. Another one that says, Sunak laughing whilst it's being revealed today that families are at breaking point and not earning enough per month to survive. Another one that says, he says this, but keeps helping to develop it and put it in his cars and on X. I don't think he's really just saying like, there's no stopping this train really, we're on a trajectory and there's no like correcting the trajectory, if you will. It's kind of like an evolution. It's happening regardless, and I don't think that he's saying like, the clip is saying it's the most disruptive force in history, but it's kind of misleading. He's just saying like, disruptive doesn't mean like destroying society. It means like changing the way things are going. Like things are gonna have to be different. We're gonna have to make adjustments. The part he was saying about like what we're gonna have to find new meanings in life. What really matters. A lot of us, our identity is wrapped up in our job. And that's what makes us feel important. It makes us feel like we're doing something in the world or whatever. There's going to always be jobs. Like there's always going to be stuff that these computers, these AIs, these robots can't do forever. There's going to always be that. And then you're always going to have people that would prefer. It's kind of like when you go to the grocery store, you have the person that prefers to go through the self-checkout line. And then you have the person that hates the checkout line and avoids that shit and will wait in line for a good amount of time to interact with a person instead. And have somebody bag up their groceries and scan their stuff for them. Like I say, no matter what, it's gonna be jobs. They're not gonna be completely empty jobs, but it's just gonna be a huge change. It's gonna be a whole lot less like this redundant labor. All of the jobs that we hate doing are gonna be the ones that are gonna be done by AI. Let's read this. It says, quite sure the prime miniature should be doing something else instead of fanboying over Elon. I noticed. I ain't the only one that noticed that. It says, I wonder if AI will demand a ceasefire in Gaza. Dun, dun, dun. Another one that says, Sunak giggles like an imbecile, not grasping what Elon is saying at all. Like I say, giggling like a teenage girl, like, oh, Elon. Mr. Prime Minister, meanwhile, a genocide is unfolding in Gaza, and AI should be the least of your worries. Shame on you, Sunak. Stop genocides, help Palestine. Another one says, if they can't work out how to stop people saying F in the comment section, then I don't hold out much hope for them dealing with AI. That's actually a good comment. Like, you think about all the issues with the algorithms, like, there's problems left and right. Like, AI keeps on improving. But again, it's going to always be problems, and people are going to find ways to beat it. Because if it's like I always like to say, computers are dumb. I'm sorry, computers are stupid. That's just how I feel. Like you have to tell them everything. Like, you know what I mean? So if the code, if something is missing out of the code, it's going to get exploited, and people are going to find ways to exploit it, and it's going to be, it's corruptible, and it's going to make mistakes. Have that thing, like they talk about ChatGPT so much or whatever, have that thing write something for you and then read that shit. And then you're going to be like, wait a minute, there's a whole bunch of freaking problems with this, a whole bunch of mistakes. It says, can AI design a suit that will fit Rishi? Shots fired. Another comment says, the most disruptive force in history being programmed by a select few. And they were talking about the facial recognition programs, like having issues with seeing like different skin tones, like black folks or whatever, like not recognizing them and stuff. Like you're gonna have problems like that. Like I said, programmed by a select few. So these people make mistakes in the code, and it's going to become a big, huge thing, you know, in the system. Am I losing y'all? I feel like I'm losing y'all. Let's move on. This is funny. I wanted to do some light stuff. The news is so heavy. I ain't gonna lie, that's scary to me, and I'm an adult. That's a little kid in the little stroller right there. They got the dude from It, and he has a freaking chainsaw, and it's all loud and shit. That's freaking child abuse. Look at that little kid screaming. That little kid is screaming, bro. Like, get this dude away from me. Like, why y'all do that to that child, man? Oh, man. Oh, man. Read a comment. Real Pete Rock posted this. He says, now this shit ain't right. I would have pooped on myself. Another comment says, they did it to me as a kid, too. That's probably why I be on one. Telling you, man. The kids gonna get back at their parents later on. They're gonna remember this shit. Like, okay, yeah. Remember that time you scared the shit out of me? I got you. It says, the F wrong with people. Someone does that to my baby, they're getting knocked the F out. Terrible. Well, they obviously brought their kid over here for this or whatever. So, like, I mean, different parenting, whatever. I think it's kind of wrong, too. I mean, like, you know, like I say, child abuse like a motherfucker. Like, the kid gonna get back at his mama for that. Another comment says, F that, I'm mad at everyone who thinks this is funny. Please, please unfollow me. Another one that says, hate to be the one to say it, but that's a form of child abuse. That's what I said. It says, I'm not a fan of traumatizing kids. That little boy be fine. How you let someone scare your baby like that? Coming from the Def Comedy Jam era, this is hilarious. I rebuke this in the name of Jesus, and I plead the blood of Jesus over that baby's life. He is not your property, Satan, and you don't have right to him. You won't get no glory in the heinous wickedness today. This type of stuff can really get someone a heart attack. This is not funny. I don't participate in Halloween because it glorifies evil, but appears to be fun. One night of Halloween just cost you 30 years of therapy. It says, not funny, dude. You just really traumatized that child. There's no telling what effect that might have on him. Everything ain't effing funny. Yo, personally, if that was my child, me and the clown would be rolling in the dirt. Little man never once dropped the ball. Yeah, man. Yeah, I would agree that it's a little over the top and it is a bit abusive, I would say. But I think people need to lighten up a bit, you know, like, hey, you got to live a little bit, you know. That's just how I feel. You got to find balance in all things in moderation, you know. That's the reason why I kind of wanted to cover this, because the news have been full of freaking, my timeline is full of freaking mangled bodies. Like, that's real horror. And you know, the thing is, it's terrible what's happening in Palestine. It's horrible. But at the same time, the comments that people are making about the situation is it's hitting me in my heart. Like, it hurts. It hurts really bad to see the comments that people are making about it. Like, I cannot believe the comments that people are saying. Like, inhumane. Like, people are not human. Like, where's your humanity? Where's your feelings? Where's your heart? Like, yeah, but you're gonna be mad about some, you know, clown, but then you're gonna make comments related to actual kids dying, and you're gonna make light of that. Where's your freaking priorities? Where's your like I don't get it. Where's your brain? Like, I'm gonna avoid that stuff for a while. I don't want to get into the heavy stuff right now. I'm gonna come back to that stuff. Which one is this one? What is this one? Yeah, they're talking about the bill. Let's go ahead and do it.
$15 billion in aid, but it does face opposition from the White House and Senate leaders who also wanted billions in aid for Ukraine in this bill. CBS's Nancy Cordes is at the White House, where the president is under pressure as the humanitarian crisis in Gaza worsens.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken left Washington for his third visit to Israel in 3 weeks. Before departing, he said his main focus would be on ways to better protect Palestinian civilians.
How Israel does this matters.
That's about as close as U.S. officials will get to publicly criticizing a key ally over civilian deaths. President Biden will only say that Israel needs to abide by international law.
That suggests that he thinks that Israel isn't following international law, doesn't it?
No, we've been saying it since the very beginning, Nancy, that we want to see our good friend and partner abide by our shared commitments.
But with pressure mounting to slow the death toll, President Biden did tell donors at a fundraiser in Minnesota last night, quote, "I think we need a pause to give time to get the prisoners out." With two major allies now at war, the White House is asking Congress for $14 billion in emergency funding for Israel, $61 billion for Ukraine, and $9 billion for humanitarian assistance. But the bill proposed by the new Republican Speaker, Mike Johnson, strips out the humanitarian and Ukraine funding and cuts $14 billion from the IRS.
And that was the easiest and largest pile of money that's sitting there for us to be able to pay for this immediate obligation.
The Congressional Budget Office projected this week that shrinking the IRS would actually add to the deficit.
This is Republicans playing politics with aid to Israel.
That bill may have just passed the House a short time ago, but the White House has threatened a veto, and the bill has been declared dead on arrival in the Senate, where many Democrats and many Republicans want to send funding to both Israel and Ukraine right away. How they'll get there, Nora, is very unclear right now.
All right, Nancy, with all those important updates from the White House, thank you. Breaking.
You know, and that's the reason why, and we was talking about it, Pat was talking about it in the other show about how like they like to slide shit into the bills, and that's what they fucking do all the damn time. And it's like, you know, the cutting funding to the IRS, like, where did that come from? You know what I mean? You just got to throw that in there. Like, you know what I mean? We looking at this as an opportunity to get something done that we've been wanting to get done previously, not even related to the present crisis, but we're going to slide that in there, you know? And then that makes it dead, you know, that, you know, it's not going to pass most likely or whatever. Like, you know, the IRS has been going at big corporations. I covered in the other show, I can't remember which company they hit, Microsoft, and like billions of dollars coming in. So you cut the funding to the IRS, it leads to the IRS not being able to fight these big companies and not being able to, you know, get those huge sums like that, you know. We talk about the debt ceiling all the time, and we talk about like, you know, being fiscally responsible and needing money for this and needing money for that. We need to cut social programs because the spending, But if you just collect the taxes on the books, like no new taxes, no new bills, no new nothing, just closing the loopholes, and maybe not even having to close the loopholes. These people who are dodging, you know, not paying their taxes and getting away with it, a lot of them are these big corporations. All you need to do is collect that money right there. And it's going to solve a lot of your problems related to the debt ceiling, the deficit, funding social programs, all of that shit. So, but then you want to cut the funding to the IRS so that they can't do the job that they need to do to collect that money. And you want to slide it in on a bill that's related to freaking funding. Now, and I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the funding to Ukraine or the funding to Israel. That's beside the point. The point is, you know, you got a crisis going on. The government makes a decision that they want to send some funding to these countries or whatever, and then you want to slide some shit in there about the IRS. Like, that's fucking shady. Let me read this. It says House Republicans passed a bill that would provide $14 billion in aid to Israel, leaving out funding for Ukraine and the national security priorities. The White House has threatened a veto, and it has been declared dead on arrival in the Senate. So yeah, and then the way that they word this is confusing. So the House passes a bill, so all we hear is passing the bill passed, but depending on which house it comes, which branch it comes in. Like, let's say the Senate introduces a bill, it passes the Senate, then it has to go to the House and pass the House, and then it goes to the president's desk, and then it gets signed, and then it becomes a law. That's the way the process works. So it could go the other way around. It could be introduced in the House, and then it has to be approved by the Senate, and then goes to so this one is coming out of the House. So the House is the majority. The Republicans have the majority. So then it has to go to the Senate. So, but it's not going to pass. It's not going to pass the Senate. So it's really just kind of like we'll call it political theater. Let's read some comments. It says they have money for war but can't feed the poor. Tupac. Another one that says, America, your children are in debt for school lunches. Sit down. Another one that says, all my taxes to Israel, it's not fair. I don't want to pay the war. Another one that says, Israel gets our money in support of a genocide, plus have free health care, but we get higher prices of just about everything. Another one that says, so there's money to fund the genocide, but not to cancel student debt. Got it. Another one that says, USA citizens need help too. Food high, gas high, everything high, geesh. Another one that says, if they have that much money just laying around, I don't want to hear that they can't figure out how to have universal health care like the rest of the developed world. It's like they have the money laying around just freaking, and America first. So, I don't even see how the Republicans are supporting Trump, and the Trump is like America first. And then but then the American people are suffering, and then you want to send money to Ukraine or Israel or whatever. Not to sound heartless, but can we take care of our people first? Can we make sure we're good first before we start handing out money to somebody else? It's like it's not even responsible. It's like not even a responsible way to go. Like, if you in your household and you got to pay your bills, you got to pay your mortgage, you got to pay your light bill, your phone bill, your rent, your car note, you got to buy food, you got to buy the kids' shoes and school supplies and so forth and so on. And instead of doing that, you give money to your neighbor or whatever. Where is the logic? Call me crazy. I want to cover some light stuff because that's why I moved on from that, because that stuff is too heavy. It says AMC launches $5 movie tickets, but customers won't know what film is showing. That sounds like fun. That sounds like fun right there. It says AMC launches $5 movie tickets, but customers won't know what film is showing. That sounds like fun. You're only spending $5, whatever movie they show, I don't know. Maybe it's a date. Maybe it's just getting out. And the way everything costs, the prices of everything, we're all stuck, and we just paying our bills and living check to check, and we don't get to get out and have any kind of entertainment, leaving the house, just doing something. I think it'll be fun. You can't really complain about the movie because it was only $5 and they already told you that you don't know what movie is going to be showing. So hopefully you end up seeing a new thing or introduced to a new thing. Maybe you end up enjoying it. I think it's a good idea. It says AMC is expanding its $5 ticket offerings from Tuesday to a secret early showing event. The movie theater is launching a new Screen Unseen program in which customers can pay $5 for a ticket plus tax to see a new release. Moviegoers who buy these tickets will only know what the film is rated, so they can determine if it's kid appropriate, but the film title is not released ahead of time. The first showing of Screen Unseen film will be at 7 p.m. Monday. It's a PG-13 film. Yeah, that sounds like fun. That sounds cool, man. And maybe it's a good idea to try to reignite the movie. The movies suck so bad. So like most of the movies have been sucking so bad. So it's like maybe that's a way to get people to watch movies. We don't even know which movie it is. We haven't seen a trailer or whatever, you know, because you show us the trailer and we're like, oh, that looks like trash. And then I'm not going to go out here and spend $20 or some shit to go see this movie that's going to be trash. And I'm disappointed and I want my damn money and my time back. Comment, it says it's Shrek 2 every time. They said new releases. So another comment, it says LOL, mystery movies, not a bad idea. I'm telling you, it sounds cool. It says Brokeback Mountain all day. They can't do that. They said new releases. It says the movie industry is fighting for their lives. Laugh my fucking ass off. Yeah, you know, I mean, they need to make better stuff. They're preaching to people. They're making nostalgia movies where they're like video game themed and like comic book themed, and like they're afraid to take chances. You know, it's stale. The movies are stale. You know, you got Fast and Furious number 300. Like another comment, it says the AMC at Deerbrook, the popcorn tastes like they dumped 50 pounds of salt. Another one, it says it takes a lot of persuasion to drive there and buy a ticket to a movie I want to see. Terrible idea. Have some fun, man. Live a little. Another comment says they might as well just bring back the dollar theater. Do y'all remember the dollar movies? I remember that. And it's kind of like older movies, probably stuff that you can watch at home on your TV or whatever, but it's still cool to go watch it on the big screen or whatever. And then you're not really spending much money, you know. Yeah, man, that's not a bad idea. Something to do. Another comment says, hell yeah, $5 to sneak into whatever movie you want. Congrats, AMC, you played yourself. No comment on that one. Another one that says, it's Howard the Duck on loop. Another one that says, I love going to the movies. If you go to this AMC 8 pictured above, however, be sure to bring a can of Lysol and clothes you don't mind burning afterwards. Oh, that's mean. They should spend some more money on making sure that I like to go to the Studio Movie Grill. That's where I like to go. I can order some food, maybe a drink. I like the way the seats are in there. This one says, this AMC is super dumpy, needs some TLC. They should just spend some money and upgrade the, you know, but see, people have home movie theaters now. Like people and then you got the streaming services, and then you got it so where it's like on HBO, you can see a movie that just came out, you know, in the theaters. And if you have a nice setup at home, but still, getting out is a thing, you know. If they should just make it nicer, more comfortable, make the seats more comfortable, people will come, and make the movies better. But yeah, streaming has killed a lot of things, you know. Streaming, and you know, people got nice big screens at their home. They're more comfortable. They can watch the new movie at home. But getting out is a thing, you know. I have to tell myself that because I'm a homebody anyway. I don't really like to go. I don't like big crowds. But you know, getting out is a good thing. All right. I'm sure the audience is gonna sink their teeth into this one. It says 97,000 Indians tried to illegally enter U.S. 730 were unaccompanied children. Times Now posted this. 97,000 Indians were apprehended while unlawfully crossing into the U.S. between October 2022 and September 2023, according to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection's data. This is a five-fold increase over 19,883 Indians caught in 2019-2020. Law enforcement agencies point out that these numbers represent only recorded cases, and the actual number is believed to be significantly higher. Several Indians have also reportedly lost their lives in recent years during such intrusions, particularly through hazardous routes. Of the 96,917 Indians, 30,000 were caught at the US-Canada border and 41,000 at the frontier with Mexico. The rest were arrested after sneaking in. This is just the tip of the iceberg. For every person caught at the border, there may be at least 10 others who successfully infiltrated the U.S., said a police officer in Guwahati, probing illegal immigration racket, according to the Times of India. Those arrested are classified under 4 categories: unaccompanied children, children accompanied by family members, and entire families. Single adults make up the largest category. This time, 84,000 single adults were apprehended at the U.S. border. Shockingly, 730 unaccompanied children were also detained. In an incident that led to concerns over the safety of those unlawfully attempting to cross into the U.S., a resident of Guwahati tried to scale the Trump wall in December 2022 while holding his child, but tragically he fell onto the Mexican side of Tijuana. They both lost their life. His wife fell 30 feet onto the U.S. side of San Diego. As a result, their 3-year-old child was placed under the custody of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The illegal influx is likely to have surged after the end of the pandemic-era border policy Title 42 in May, which allowed the U.S. to swiftly deport illegal immigrants without asylum hearings, the Times of India reported. So I wonder, why did they get these numbers of the Indians, like specifically Indians? Like, that's kind of weird. Like, so, and then the way that they do these numbers, 97,000 Indians illegally enter the U.S., it makes it sound like it was like a caravan, but that's over a whole year. But then it's weird to me how it's just one demographic. And then the other part is where they talked about Canada. So then they're coming in through Canada. Like, I don't hear much people talking about the Canada border. It's all talking about the Texas border with Mexico. But apparently you got a good number of people coming in through Canada. It seemed to me that that would be more dangerous with the weather and so forth and so on. I don't know. Crazy, crazy world we're living in. So what is causing so many Indians to want to come over here is the question, you know. And then the numbers where they talk about, you know, these 97,000 were, if they got it recorded, then you know that these people were apprehended, which means that they didn't enter, okay? It says try to illegally enter. So that means that they were, you know, they got caught up at the border, you know, and they obviously didn't get in. So they either got sent back or they're being held, you know. So a lot of people, they look at these numbers and then they're like, oh, 97,000 Indians got into the United States over the last year or whatever. It's like, no, that's not what the headline is saying, but that's what people's brain comprehends. It says, good, you have no urge or appeal from India to not persecute them. They were doing unlawful activities, and you have the full right to persecute them by your law. Another one says, India economically developed. I don't know, I can't read that. It says, in the 97,000, 9,000, wait, hold on, 90,000 will be from Andhra Pradesh. I don't know what that means. Most would be Palestinians heading to Canada and radical Islamists. Really? How can you just come up to that conclusion? The Indian value system is eroding in few people's mind. People are willing to accept any low to achieve target, but these people will live a third category life in the USA. Maybe few will end up in jails in years to come. Somebody got gunshot emojis, so I guess they're saying they want to shoot all of these people. Another comment says, it's a matter of concern how it happened and why. India is a world fourth economic country. Another comment, it says, this is really an unfortunate thing. Are we failing as a nation to create enough opportunities for our own people? The government should seriously look into this situation, create enough support systems to check and also punish the illegal agencies assisting people through fake documentation and literally extorting money in the want of better life opportunity. Yeah. So again, like a lot of these people, they read this headline and then their brain says that these people entered the country, but they didn't. Another one that says, but so much Vika's here. What will Arnab and Navika think? Please come back and watch their primetime shows to know how much Vika's is happening. No idea what that means. Another comment says, why? As if India is not good enough for them. See, that's the question, you know, what is causing this situation? You know, the people complain about immigration, migration, people, asylum seekers or whatever. And, you know, they talk about building border walls and they talk about militarizing the border, you know, but they don't think about what is the root causes of it. You know, if you really want to get it under control, then you want to look at what the root causes of it is and do something about that. It says, what Modi made India first with country many people from Europe migrating here. Why virate Hindus going their fake news? Very soon, U.S. will be under Akan Bharat plan. Let me move on because these comments are kind of making my head hurt. There's some audio related to this topic. Is it in here? No. Let's read this. It says, wanted for war profiting. We're kind of peacetime mindset for the last several decades, and I believe as a country, we need to ramp up to more of a wartime footing. Chris Kubas, CEO of L3 Harris, defense contractor, and the company earnings call, 10/27/2023. It says, Wall Street investors and military contractors see Israel's war on Gaza as an opportunity to rake in more profits. There's audio floating around too, where these guys are talking to their investors over the phone, and they're talking about how they're, you know, what is the company's, I want to say Halliburton, y'all know the names, the military industrial complex. Their freaking stocks have soared in the last month. It says L3 Harris 2022 profit 1.2 billion. Have you seen this war profiteer? There'll be a refreshment of the stockpiles in the defense business, both because of the conflict in Israel, but also the conflict in Europe. These present themselves as obviously long-term opportunities. Robert Mehrabian, CEO of Toledan Technologies defense contractor, company earnings call 10/25/2023. You know, if it's like a war and it's like people dying and you're like, how can I make money off of this? I gotta wonder where you know, do you still have a soul? Do you have a heart? Like, it's like how you made your money seems to matter. It matters to me, you know. I think a lot of people, it doesn't matter, you know, as long as you have money, right? But to me, like, how you made your money matters, you know. You made your money off of the suffering of others, like the death of others, like, man. It says Teledyne 2022 profit 789 million. Wanted for war profiting. The Israel situation obviously is a terrible one, but I think if you look at the incremental demand potential coming out of that, the biggest one to highlight is probably on the artillery side. So Jason Aiken, CEO of General Dynamics, defense contractor, and company earnings call 10/25/2023. General Dynamics 2022, 3.4 billion. Let's read some comments. It says, are you purposely not reporting about Lockheed Martin too? I really thought this page would be more about unions and less propaganda. How is this propaganda? Another comment says, it should be illegal to profit off of war. Another comment says, we've been in a peacetime mindset the last couple of decades. Yeah, question mark, question mark. I don't think that's true either. Another comment says, children are being bombed, but holy shit, Q1 25 revenue projections. Another comment says, what type of sociopath looks at the last 30 years of endless conflict and says that was peacetime? Bloodthirsty, money-hungry maniac. Another comment says, nothing short of ghoulish. Another one that says, GOP-led House just passed $14.3 billion military aid bill for Israel without even getting into taking any side in this conflict. That's about 100 million of weapons per each square mile of civilian territory. Absolutely insane. It says they will have to answer for it in the end. They will experience all of the pain and anguish. I pity them. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It seems like the bad guys win. Like the name of the show is There's No Good Guys. There are no good guys.
A tax increase to afford a single payer plan because you save money with single payer. Let me check the profits of Kaiser. Enough money. Let me check the profits of Providence and St. Joseph and these organizations where you're working. There is enough money because single payer, make no mistake and don't believe the BS. Single payer saves healthcare dollars. And if the folks in Sacramento or the folks in Washington are telling you that we can't afford single payer without a tax increase, they're blowing smoke. All righty. Don't need a tax increase to afford a single payer plan because you save money with single payer. Let me check the profits of Kaiser. Enough money. Let me check the profits of Providence and St. Joseph and these organizations where you're working. There is enough money because single payer, make no mistake and don't believe the BS. Single payer saves healthcare dollars. And if the folks in Sacramento or the folks in
I don't know. Whenever I make this argument, I feel like I'm just freaking talking to deaf ears. Like nobody wants to hear it. No matter what the math comes out to be, they'll make an excuse. They'll say communism. They'll say you're gonna be waiting in long lines. You know. It's like that argument. People just don't want to hear it. It's like they want this for-profit, horrible system that we have, people going into debt to pay their medical bills, people putting up their house to pay for medical bills, price gouging out the ass. The same drugs that you buy right across the border is like 10, 20, 100 times more here in the States. Like, why? And everybody is okay with this shit. Like, and these are like drugs that people need to stay alive, like insulin, like their heart medications and stuff, like totally price gouged. The companies know you're going to pay it because you need it to live. So they'll put whatever price tag they feel like they could get away with. I missed some comments on Rumble. D59er, he says, Israel land grab of Gaza, maybe. Why? He says, Ben Gurion Canal, maybe. Ben Gurion Canal, what is that? Explain. Let me read some comments on this. It says, Katie Porter posted this. She says, there's enough money. Another comment, it says, when I see Katie, I see the first female U.S. president. Another comment, it says, guard this woman. She is one of the most valuable players. Another one, it says, she is smarter than the entire GOP party. Another one, ceasefire now. That's not on the topic. Katie for president. Says, keep saying that single payer saves lives and money. Love her. She's got my vote for president. Please, Katie, run. Another comment says, I like watching her and she's real deal. Yeah, I'm a fan of her too. I really love it when she gets in there and she gives them the business. Like she pulls out the receipts on their ass. She leave them fucking stuck. What is this one? Yeah, I don't know if I might come back to that, but they're talking about Nigeria. Oh, this is kind of on the same topic. Let's check. Let's play this.
The truth is this: healthcare is not treated as a human right in the United States of America. This fact is outrageous. And it is far past time that we change it. Say it loud for the people in the back: healthcare is a human right. For my family, although we have comparatively good private health insurance, ALS now means paying out of pocket for almost 24-hour home care. This costs us $9,000, every month. The alternative is for me to go on Medicare and move into a nursing home, away from my wife and my son. So we are cobbling together the money from friends and family and supporters all over the country. But this is an absurd way to run a healthcare system. GoFundMe is a terrible substitute for smart congressional action. Like so many others, Rachel and I have had to fight with our insurer, which has issued outrageous denials instead of covering the benefits we paid for. We have so little time left together, and yet our system forces us to waste it dealing with bills and bureaucracy. That is why I am here today, urging you to build a more rational, fair, efficient, and effective system. I am here today to urge you to enact Medicare for all. The ugly truth is this.
Yeah, man. And y'all know GoFundMe is like, I don't know, it's really high on the list for how people end up paying for their medical bills because their insurance doesn't cover. And it's like, you'll talk about socialism and communism, like that's crowd-funded insurance right there. But I guess you got to be popular enough or internet savvy enough to be able to get it in. But it's like, that's a crazy ass system, you know, they charging you so much, you got to go your insurance. They find a reason to not cover whatever it is after you've been paying them forever. You end up having to go to GoFundMe. It's really just sad. Public Citizen posted this. It says, Adi Barkan showed what it means to be a hero, elevating disability justice to a central role in the Medicare for All fight. His tireless activism inspired countless people to fight for justice. We are forever grateful for his work and his legacy. I think this guy passed away. Another comment, it says, you can declare anything you want a human right, but you do not have a right to another's labor or property. Okay, that's an argument that people make. You can declare anything you want to be a human right, but you do not have the right to another's labor or property. Okay, that's fine. But is the same person, are you calling taxation theft? Because that's basically what you're saying. And, and I can go along with that. I totally can. But at the end of the day, there's a reason why we have taxes, good reasons for it. So, if you paying taxes, then how come we can't have healthcare out of it? Find a way to make it happen. Somehow these other countries have found ways to get it done, and we can't get it done here. Another comment, it says, the uglier truth is that the healthcare industry isn't into saving lives. They are driven by profit and 100% unmoved when it comes to loss of human lives and suffering. And, that's the problem. It's the profit model is the problem, It needs to be people over profit. So as long as the profit model is what, the incentives, then it's going to always be this, We got to figure out and see that, human life has value, and people contribute to society, and, you can have someone who comes up with the newest invention or the newest way to do something or whatever, but that guy didn't have health care and he freaking died before he could come out with that shit. Like, we don't know what we're losing in this way. Like, when we look at things only about money, what we're losing, we don't know what we're losing. Let's read this comment. It says, I'm disabled and I'm effing pissed. We are effing pissed. What the F is this inspirational violin bullshit in the background? Would you play that over Malcolm X? We aren't inspirational for existing. We're effing tired of surviving and not surviving eugenic conditions. This isn't a moment for everyone to feel inspired. It's your call to get off your able-bodied butts and do something for us. We don't have to live under 1972 literally living standards. Most of us are segregated and institutionalized living where no one can even hear them scream. Does knowing that give you live, laugh, love vibes? Cut the inspirational porn bullshit. 1 million disability and elderly Americans died of COVID within 2 years, so American could vacation and corporations could post record profits. Put an inspirational classic uplifting song to that, why don't you? And it seems like the pandemic would have woke us up, like, and made us realize how effed up our healthcare system is, but it didn't. And that's one of the things about the pandemic that really surprised me. Like, it put on display how our system doesn't work, how terrible our system is. And we still haven't done nothing about it. We're not even talking about it. Like, so the next time we have some kind of pandemic, it's going to go the same way that it went last time. We haven't made no adjustments, no changes. Another comment says, the US government doesn't care. These people will smile and nod and agree on camera, but will choose money every single time. We need to stop asking for what we deserve and start taking it. They are never going to simply give us the care and rights we already pay for, not while Congress can funnel tax money to their friends in the oil, farmer, and military industrial complex. This form of activism is floutingly shouting up at a tower, hoping they will drop down some scraps. Meanwhile, millions die waiting for help they already paid the government for. Yeah, man, like standing outside and protesting, I don't see it. I don't see that having any impact on our situation. Like, I don't think that's gonna work. Like, the strikes have impact. You can see the UAW works. But I just was thinking, like, this comment earlier made me think about, they said no one can hear you scream. And you know, these damn old folks homes and these healthcare facilities where people are getting mistreated. I have a news story in here where this lady was killing old people. Let me see if I can find it. Giving them too much insulin and stuff. Where is it? Let me see if I can find this, y'all. Give me a second. Is it even in here? They caught her, and she's going to jail. But how much of that stuff is going on that is not, that people don't know about? Because like I say, the people are separated, and they're, you know, you don't know what's, here it is.
Presdy is now charged with 2 new counts of first-degree murder, 17 new counts of attempted murder, and 19 counts of neglect of care of a dependent person at 5 care facilities since 2020. She was allegedly giving them excessive, sometimes deadly amounts of insulin. In total, 17 patients have died who Presdy had cared for. James DePasquale and Phil DeLucenti are her defense team.
What our goal has been from the beginning in this case is to avoid the possibility of the death penalty. And thirdly, I think that we are very, very close to accomplishing that.
Nurse Heather Presdy is now charged with 2 new counts of first-degree murder, 17 new counts of attempted murder, and 19 counts of neglect of care of a dependent person at 5 care facilities since 2020. She was allegedly giving them excessive, sometimes deadly amounts of insulin. In total, 17 patients have died who Presdy had cared for. James DePasquale and Phil DeLucenti are her defense team.
What our goal has been.
Why do we even do this? Like, you know, and it's the way the healthcare system and how much it costs. Because like the guy made the comment, he said that he would end up on Medicare. And if you're in Medicare, then you have to be put into one of those facilities because that's just the way it works. Like, that's what they're going to tell you to do or whatever. But how did we get here? You know, how did our society end up making these kinds of decisions? Like, back in the days, it was different. You know, you had multiple people in the household. You know, the grandparents can look after the grandkids, and you don't have to pay so much for daycare and all of this. And it's like the healthcare would be different in the household. You know, like, and so when we put our loved ones in these homes and separated from us, we don't know what they're doing to these people. And what I've noticed is people, once they go to these homes, they end up not living that long, man. They're so messed up. It's so horrible. Let's read this. It says, a former Pennsylvania nurse who in May had been accused of killing 2 patients with doses of insulin now faces more murder charges and has confessed to trying to kill 19 additional people at several locations, authorities said. She tried to kill 19 other people? Like, what the hell? How much of this is happening all across in all of these different places? It says Heather Presti is accused of administering excessive amounts of insulin to patients in her care, some of whom were diabetic and required insulin, according to the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office. In total, 17 patients died who had been cared for by Presti. And what was her motive? Like, what did she do this for? Like, you know, we can only just speculate, but you know, these people, they don't care. You know, if it's not their loved ones, what, you know, they don't really care. Like, only you are going to give your like father or mother like the care that they deserve. Like, you know, and I know that you can't give your life away. You have to pay bills. It's all a part of the whole system. Like, we're worried about paying bills. We have to pay our mortgage. We don't have time to care for our elders. They got us on this damn hamster wheel running 24/7, you know. So what happens to us when we get old? We're going to be in the same fucking boat. In the United States, don't get sick. Don't get old and don't get sick. Really, really sad.
United States. Medical debt is breaking families and communities apart. When we can't see or compare prices, hospitals and insurers charge us whatever they want. They're robbing us. We need actual prices in healthcare, not estimates. Estimates are bullshit. Average prices are bullshit. Percentages of prices are bullshit. All of that is a game intended to keep our healthcare system rigged against all of us. We need real prices in healthcare. Power to the patients.
Hospitals and insurance companies have rigged our healthcare system for their enormous profits by hiding their prices. Instead, they have gamed the system by only giving us estimates, average prices, or percentages of prices. Let's not be indistinct about it. All of these shameful tactics are not actual prices. These gimmicks are tools of obfuscation and deliberately used to ensure that there's no competition nor accountability for price gouging and overcharges. Without actual prices, healthcare in America will continue to be inflated, dishonest, distrusted, and work against the best interests of everyone who relies on their services and procedures for health and survival. And I saw like a bill, somebody put their bill up, and it was so crazy. So a lot of people say ask for the itemized bill, because if you ask for the itemized bill, it's going to end up being lower because it's a bunch of shit that they slide in there on your ass because they know you're not going to look at the itemized. It'll be something like, you know, crazy stuff like, you know, like saline. You know, saline is basically just sugar water, you know, and I don't know what the numbers are, but it's like hundreds of dollars or whatever. They might charge you thousands of dollars for some bags of saline. They'll charge hundreds of dollars for Band-Aids. You know what I mean? And that's what it'll be in the itemized. You know, that's what a lot of people say. Ask them for the itemized. That'll help because they're automatically gonna, because all you have to do is look at it and dispute it and be like, you know, hey, why am I paying $2,000 for Band-Aids? Like, I think they gave me one Band-Aid. Like, can you fix that? But then why does it have to be this way? You know, why is it so fucking shady? What can we do about that, you know? And if it was like a universal type of healthcare system, then they wouldn't be price gouging you like that because it wouldn't be beneficial for them like that. The same thing with the doctors prescribing you all of these drugs. It benefits them to prescribe you all of these drugs. But if it was a universal healthcare system, then they would be caring for you instead of caring for the damn working for the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies, like haggling with them on what services that they can provide you and stuff. It's like the doctor can say, I want to do this procedure, and the insurance will be like, nah, we're not paying for that. So, you know, do something else or whatever. And it's like, well, then the pharmaceutical company steps in. Well, we got these drugs. You can't do that procedure, but these drugs right here, I mean, it won't fix the problem, but it'll, you know, lessen the symptoms or whatever, you know, make them live a little bit longer, you know, even though they didn't get the procedure done that they need to get done. Let's read some comments. It says, why don't y'all help us get universal health care then? Another comment says, lest we forget that Afina Shakur and the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense were the ones who wrote the first Patients' Bill of Rights. They did this for a reason. Let's see, another comment that says, yeah, that's why people need to get behind lobbying for my organ harvesting family relief bill so we can give money to these people who are surviving a lost one after these private industries harvest their genetic tissue for trillions of dollars that are untaxed and unregulated. Quit talking about the crap and asking us to change the way we invest our money when it's our bodies that they are profiting off of. And we need to get a percentage of that when we die. If we healthy, give us a percentage bigger than the normal rate. If we ain't healthy, give us a percentage to take care of the certain obligations like burial costs, body handling, caskets, and we pass off to our spouse and widower. Let's be real about it, y'all. This ain't no game. I've been trying to write and get this in the public for 5 years. No one ever seems to see when I share it, and no one ever seems to give it shit when we talk about it. But these Continental probably be taken down because it's too real, and I will always be the guy. Rock with me, follow and my daily what's pop and G's, and bring attention to my page because I'm going to change the way they harvest our genetic tissue and what's out of the cut. And it's kind of like what I was saying about the taxes, like us getting the dividends for the stuff that we pay in, then, they ask us, is you're being a good citizen if you just donate your organs, you put organ donor on your ID. But, okay, yes, you died, so you can't really get any benefits from your organs after you dead. And I understand that. That makes sense. But can it go to your family? Can it lessen some kind of health care bills? Can it, can there be some kind of payback, some kind of dividends receiving from that? Like, these organs are worth lots and lots and lots of money, like crazy amount of money. If you need a heart, how much are you willing to pay for it? If you need kidneys, how much are you willing to pay for that? You'll pay whatever for it, and they're going to charge you whatever for it too. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So that's another way that they privatize profits and they socialize costs. It's rugged capitalism for the poor and freaking socialism for the rich. Like, I don't know. I'm getting delirious with this damn topic. I get exhausted with this topic because I argue with the guys on the show about this all the time, and they're like, you just want to live in a communist socialist country. You just want to wait hours for health care, or months, or years.
That a corporation that in 2003 had an outstanding $240 billion in sales would not provide a livable wage and affordable health care for their employees.
There's nowhere around that there's a company that makes this much money and still turns around and makes their associates go to the state for aid.
And I think my company takes family very seriously, and they'll help you achieve anything you want. The possibilities are absolutely endless at Walmart.
Yeah, that's another situation where they socialize their costs and they privatize their profits. So if you didn't know, you are subsidizing Walmart with your tax dollars because they don't pay their employees enough. So a lot of the people that work at Walmart get to be on government programs. They qualify for government assistance. So, yeah. So instead of...
Why is it that a corporation that in 2003 had an outstanding $240 billion in sales would not provide a livable wage and affordable health care for their employees?
There's nowhere around that there's a company that makes this much money and still turns around and makes their associates go to the state for aid.
Yeah. So, instead of covering these people's health care, they're on Medicaid, they're on Medicare, they're getting SNAP benefits, Meanwhile, Walmart is making record profits year after year after year after year, So you get to pay for that. You get to pay for those people to be able to go to the doctor. So it's like, there goes your socialism and communism again. Like, you uphold this system that we have and you act like it's freaking good and proper, and you don't even realize how you're getting screwed, like left and right. So it's like that comment that I read earlier, he's like, you can't take other people's wages or property or whatever. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, the government is doing it. And it's like, here goes an example of it right here with Walmart. You know, you didn't sign up to pay for these people's health care, you know, but Walmart doesn't want to pay it. So then they get you are stepping in and filling that gap. Comment, it says get an education. What the hell does that mean? I guess they're saying get an education so that you can get a better job instead of working at Walmart. Well, we're talking about student loans, you know, we get student loans, and then you're like, well, you shouldn't have got the student loans then. It's like, well, what the hell do you want? Like, you want us to go to school and get an education, or you want, you know, or not? And it's like, you can't win for losing. No matter what happens, they say you didn't do something right. It's like, I didn't get the education. I end up working at Walmart. Well, get an education. I get an education, and now I have student loans. And they're like, well, you shouldn't have got the education if you can't pay those student loans. Like, what the fuck, man? Let me read some replies for this get an education comment right here. Hopefully somebody got in her ass. Let's see. It says, blame the system for not providing an education, not the citizens for not receiving non-existent education. In a lot of countries, you can go to school for free. Like, why does it cost so much to go to school? There goes another argument. We wouldn't even have the student loans, you know? Right now, you can go to school in Cuba for free. You don't have to be a Cuban citizen. You can go over there and go to school right now for free. You know, it's like, you know, investing in your society, you know, people being educated makes the whole society better. It makes everything better. You know, I don't understand why we can't see the benefits of having an educated public. When you get out there in traffic and the people don't freaking even know how to control their car, and you're like, damn, these people are so dumb, you know, but you don't want them to get education. So what do you want? You want a bunch of stupid people, or you want educated people? She replied back, she said, that is crap. I went through the public education system and did just fine. I didn't whine and cry. I worked 2 and 3 jobs and did what I could to advance my education. Okay, so this is dystopian as fuck. So it's like, okay, I didn't whine and cry. I worked 2 and 3 jobs and did what I could to advance my education. Okay, so did you have student loans? I wonder. And is this an optimum situation to have 2 and 3 jobs? Did you have any kids? Were you there for your kids? Did they see you at all? What kind of life did you live? You just freaking was working all the damn time, and you're acting like this is this is proper. This is a good situation. This is all fine, right? Just work all the damn time, 2 and 3 jobs, pay for school, you know. And this is what, you know, it's like, don't whine and cry. Go work 3 jobs. Like, oh. Another reply says, nothing like some good anecdotal evidence and lack of empathy to form an opinion on. Another comment, it says, LOL, right? It's almost like they don't understand that all education isn't created equal, which is awfully fucking ironic considering the topic at hand is education. Another one says, people like you in blind denial of the terrible system we have here and the wage exploitation going on and are standing in the way of social progress. Yeah, because this person is talking about just work 2 and 3 jobs. It's like, so you're not saying the system can it be improved? Can things change? Can it be better? This is the only way it could be. It says, why are you defending a system that makes you do the work of 3 people just to eat by? I'm telling you. It says, okay, so why is it okay that most people have to work multiple jobs while shareholders and owners don't have to provide any sort of real world value, but they get to take the surplus from the workers just because they had the capital to invest? They aren't doing anything, but you're criticizing the working class for not working 2 to 3 jobs. Sometimes I don't understand what goes on in people's brains. Why would anyone want to work this many jobs? You can't do anything with your life. You just tired all the time. Something tells me you don't actually work 2 to 3 jobs, because as someone who does, I would never want to have to deal with the same thing. Keep licking the licking the capitalist boots, though maybe one day you will become a billionaire and exploit workers like they do to you. It seems like that's what people want, you know. They're happy with the system because maybe there's a chance they could end up being, you know, the elite people who are taking advantage of others, you know. It's like you could just do what they do. Fuck improving the system, just become one of them. Like, nobody wants to work 3 jobs. Like, you don't get to see your kids at all. You don't get to see your wife or husband at all. You're tired all the time. You don't get to do anything that you want to do that pleases you or whatever, that makes you happy. You don't get to be creative, take walks in the park, go to the movies. Another comment says, no, these kids would rather be dumb and lazy and live off the government. They're lazy. They're dumb and they're lazy, but they work for Walmart though. And that's what people be saying, like they're like fast food workers and stuff or whatever. Like, have you ever worked in a fast food place? That's ass busting work, bro. That's busting ass the whole 8 hours. I'm willing to bet that, you know, you that work in the office don't work a quarter as hard as the person does that works at McDonald's. They're busting ass all day, like literally the whole time. That's not being lazy, bro. It says, congratulations, you want a sticker. Let's give you a Nobel Peace Prize while you're at it. Another one that says, our taxes fund educational institutions that gatekeep working class members from receiving an education through a paywall and forces us to take on debt. Another comment says, they also fund groups that are trying to destroy public education and turn it into a private business. Diabolical. You know, they do want ignorant people. That's how McDonald's, if everybody was educated, then the McDonald's will have a hard time finding employees. They're going to use all the immigrants, you know, people that aren't having legal status. You know, that's what it is. They want to create a nation of workers. So that's why they're keeping everybody ignorant. That's the reason why they got a paywall for an education. And then they turn around and tell you that it's a waste of time to get an education. They tell you it's a waste of time to get an education. And, you know, so they, you know, and they brainwash you on this shit so that you can end up being a worker for them. Because then they're going to say, well, we would give you that corporate position, but you need to have at least a master's degree to get this job. Like, you got to have the credentials. Like, we would pay you more money, but you don't have the credentials. So you're just going to be a worker bee for your whole life. Another comment says, the Walmart Corporation is the biggest welfare queen. Another one says, I take it American Walmart workers have no unions. You must unionize. Begging Republicans to fight their owners will never work. See, this is why we use the word woke. Wake up, America. And they bust up unions, you know. You're a hippie. You're a hippie communist if you're trying to organize a union. It hurts the corporations. Wah. It hurts Walmart. You can't do that to Walmart. Screw them, man. They're making billions of dollars.
Everybody, go to your polls, watch your polls. No more of these stupid boxes that we can all bring a suitcase of ballots in. We've seen it on videos.
Here's the thing with the videos. You know how oftentimes Democrats can take videos out of context?
Exactly.
So sometimes it feels like Republicans did the exact same thing. Have you ever seen the clip of the ballot boxes being slid out from under the table?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened when they brought that to court?
No, I do not.
They brought that to court, and right when the judge looked at the full footage of the day, all 12 hours of what happened, he realized that those ballots were placed earlier that day by the Republican and Democrat poll workers.
Those are not suitcases. 11 Alive has confirmed they're the standard ballot containers used by Fulton County.
A problem arises when you take these 5-second clips and you try to use that as evidence. And when you look at all 12 hours, you realize the evidence is nullified. So I'm just wondering, have you ever thought of it like?
Well, I have, but I also watched the movie 2000 Mules.
I've seen 2000 Mules too. And a lot of the evidence in there is just regurgitated stuff from the court cases that Trump lost.
But we know that Biden didn't get over 2 million votes. Everybody, go to your polls, watch your polls. No more of these stupid boxes that we can all bring a suitcase of ballots in. We've seen it on video.
That's why education is key, you know. That's what's important, because, like, okay, voter fraud, I mean, they do manipulate elections, but the way they do it is not through absentee ballots or voting boxes or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That is not how it happens. It happens through the way that they draw up these districts. You know, that's how they do it. They choose their voters. You know what I mean? They crack districts. They lump them together. That's how they do it. As far as like when people talk about absentee votings, like that is not it. Like it's those people who are older folks, those are people who are in the military who are using absentee ballots. You can easily track that shit, okay? Like you can't vote, you can't put a bunch of fake votes in a voting box and expect those to be counted. It's not going to happen like that. It doesn't happen like that. Like this shit is scrutinized heavily and it's easily traceable. So no, that is not how it happens. It wasn't a bunch of people double and triple voting like that. When it does happen, they catch these people and they go to jail. And it's only been a few cases of that shit. That is not how they push it over for one side or the other. That's not a thing. But people think they know and they don't. Just stop watching 15-second freaking reels. Stop watching these manipulating videos, and go look up some shit yourself. Just type it in your search bar. It's really not that hard. It's really easy. Type it in yourself. Don't go by what somebody says. Don't take their word for it. Look it up yourself. That topic is exhausting to me. We'll move on.
Republican senator blocking hundreds of U.S. military promotions because of his stance on abortion. Tonight, many of his fellow Republicans are now furious with Senator Tommy Tuberville and what they're now doing. Rachel Scott on the Hill.
Tonight, outrage from Republican senators boiling over against one of their own, Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama. For months, he has personally blocked hundreds of senior military promotions in protest of an unrelated matter, the Pentagon policy that provides time off and support to service members traveling for abortions.
What are we doing to these military men and women? Politics are being injected right here.
In a show of frustration, Republican Senators Joni Ernst and Dan Sullivan, both veterans themselves, bringing 61 of those nominations to the floor, detailing the heroism of the nominees.
He was under direct fire from 3 different directions and enemy forces, effectively engaging his aircraft, incoming from 3 different directions. A real true American hero right here. And we're going to tell him, stay on the bench.
Tuberville objecting every single time.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
Object.
Senate Republicans, Democrats, and the White House now all warning the senator is jeopardizing America's security in a time of global conflict.
It's beyond ridiculous that this one senator is having this kind of an impact on our operational readiness.
Still, Tuberville unmoved.
Republicans are saying that your hold on the military nominations is sending the wrong signal, that it's weakening the military. What is your response to that?
They're wrong. We've been doing this 9 months. All of a sudden, it's an emergency. We tend to drag our feet around there a little bit. So I don't agree with that.
Do you see your position changing at all?
No.
David, any senator has the power to block a nomination by refusing to allow it to come to the floor for a full vote, but that rarely happens with members of the military. Senators typically try to approve those nominations in large batches. This time, Senator Tuberville will not let that happen. To get around him, the Senate could try to bring those nominations to the floor individually. That process could take months. And so tonight, Senate Democrats are trying to see if they could change the rules, David.
Rachel Scott, live on the Hill. Thank you, Rachel. Turn now to the
people are bringing their religious beliefs into politics, and we're seeing less and less of a separation of church and state. It's kind of intertwining more and more lately. It says Republican Senator Tuberville is blocking hundreds of military promotions in protest of the Pentagon's policy providing time off and support to service members traveling for abortions. Rachel Scott report as the Alabama senator faces growing backlash from his own party. Let me read that again. Republican Senator Tuberville is blocking hundreds of military promotions in protest of the Pentagon's policy providing time off and support to service members traveling for abortions. Rachel Scott reports as the Alabama senator faces growing backlash from his own party. Yeah, so I mean, I guess he has strong feelings about, service members traveling to get abortions, and he feels like it's important enough to keep from them even being able to get service members promoted or whatever to the positions that they need to be in or whatever. So he's got his personal agenda going in and affecting how they can get business taken care of, Comments, it says, get all these senile, out of touch old people out of government, all parties. Another one that says, this country is no longer the greatest country in the world. We are the laughingstock of the world. Another comment says, nothing new here, just the usual case of an extreme right Republican hijacking governance in order to push his personal agenda. Another comment says, the GOP only cares about power at any cost. Another one that says, no killing babies on U.S. soil, Gaza only apparently. Another comment that says, typical Republican hates the military and America. Another one says, America has a problem. It says, that's what happens when an ignorant population votes for a substandard football coach instead of a brilliant civil rights attorney, Doug Jones. Alabama owns this mess. Another comment says, get rid of him. Another one, another clueless Congress member who isn't helping anything, pure power play. Another one, once again, letting personal beliefs base how you choose to vote. Trusting anyone in the GOP is useless. They let you down over and over and over every time. This church and state bullshit needs to end. I agree with the part where it says church and state thing, but people keep these comments. What is this? ABC World News Tonight. They're like the GOP. Like, what did he say? Once again, letting personal beliefs. He says trusting anyone in the GOP. Trusting anyone in the GOP is useless. Like, this kind of talk right here doesn't help anything. Like, it's not. It just doesn't work, and it's not true. It's like you can't lump all of them together in that way. Like, it's just the other way when they say you can't trust anyone in the Democratic Party. Like, that's not fair to the people that are in there. There are a bunch of individuals who have different political ideologies. Just because they have a R or a D next to their name doesn't mean that they all fucking agree on everything. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know, that kind of talk just doesn't do anything. It doesn't get us anywhere. It keeps us where we are with this partisan ass politics where we're all pointing the fingers on the other side or whatever about everything. Like, in this situation, his party is not even agreeing with him. Like, they're pushing against him. So that makes your comment even more ignorant because the other Republicans are pushing against this guy. Another comment says, women's health care shouldn't be in the hands of government. The government should not be in our homes, period. Another one that says, I want to know how one person can block this. Change the damn rules. Another one, why does he have this power? This is a Senate redneck. This is a traitor to America. Impeach him now. Throw him out. We tend to drag our feet around here a little bit. It's not acceptable to the people. I'm telling you, when I heard him say that, like, we tend to drag our feet around here a little bit. Like, you're proud of that? Like, God, like, you're dealing with stuff that's really important, and you're going to drag your feet. Like, you know, at my job, if I'm moving too slow, they're going to be mad at me. I might get fired. Y'all can drag your feet and then and be proud of it. Anyways, that shit is a freaking mess. The politics are a freaking mess. Let's look at this. It says, a Washington Post posted this. Anti-Semitism is rising on college campuses. Jewish students say they feel more vulnerable than ever.
I have witnessed Columbia students resort to base bigotry. I've seen them parrot foul anti-Semitic tropes. I've seen them label visibly Muslim students as terrorists. I've seen them roar in approval for calls of violence against civilians.
F*** the Jews. F*** the Jews. Those words were said not here in Amsterdam, not on Broadway. Those words were said in Jerome Green Hall, Columbia's law school building. We got to this point because the Columbia administration, by their inaction, has enabled anti-Semitic rhetoric to spread and fester on the Columbia campus and throughout the university.
With my own eyes, I have witnessed Columbia students resort to base bigotry. I've seen them parrot foul anti-Semitic tropes. I've seen them label visibly Muslim students as terrorists.
Yeah, so the whole thing with Palestine is boiling over on the college campuses, you know, and it's really sad. You know, these people, the Jewish community at this university is not connected to what Israel is doing. So it's not right to, you know, attack them in that way. And then, like, what are you trying to do with that? What do you plan to accomplish? What do you think that will get done? Like, do you think that will help the Palestinian people by doing this? Like, it's not really thoughtful, you know, it's really ignorant, I would say, you know. But one of the things I was looking at on this that caught my eye was that they were talking about, is it on this one? Because they have their own little place on the campus. Like, who else has their own, like, there's a Jewish community housing or something. I don't want to say it wrong but I'm like, who has that? I think these people got a lot of privilege. I ain't gonna lie, but this is still really, really wrong. Like, very wrong to, you know, attack these people in this way. Like, they're not necessarily connected to Israel. You know, that ain't right to do that. And then, you know, on the other side, they're attacking the Muslims too. You know, on the schools and in other places. People are all emotional about what's happening in Palestine, and I get it, but you know, what are you trying to accomplish by doing this? What do you think is it gonna help? Like, you're just letting your emotions get the better of you, and you are, you know, not accomplishing anything, but causing more problems for everyone. Pat says most people's decisions are based on moral principles. Where do most people get their understanding of what is right or wrong? So what are you leaning towards religion? Is that what you're saying? Because I like to say, like, you don't need religion to not be an asshole, like, to be good to other people. Like, I don't think that you need your religion. If you need a religion to tell you to do that, then you just want to be an asshole anyway. So you need an excuse to, like, oh, I'm going to go to heaven, so that's the reason why I'm doing this. Not because it's the right thing to do, but because I need to make sure I go to heaven after I die, whatever. Or I'm more righteous, you know, if I'm in my high horse, I'm better than you or whatever. Like, you know, I'm more righteous than you, so, you know, that makes me better than you, so that's why I do this. It says college administrators braced at the start of the Israel-Gaza conflict for an outbreak of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, harassment, and even violence. Free speech advocates predicted infringements on constitutional rights. Now, as the raid by Hamas against Israel civilians gives way to wider combat in the region, those fears appear to be coming to fruition. The solemn and peaceable candlelight vigils from earlier this month preceded uglier confrontations, leaving Jewish college students feeling anxious, afraid, and unsafe. Yeah, well, on the other hand, I would say that these are the consequences. You know, if we were to do something about it, you know, step in, maybe help cause a ceasefire, you know, make it, you know, bring it to an end, then, you know, but if we, long as we let this thing continue to fester, then this is what we're going to see. And it will continue and it will get worse. Let's read this. It says, keep using the wrong anti. It's pro-peace, pro-justice, anti-ethnic cleansing, anti-genocide, anti-hate, anti-secret agenda, anti-war crimes, anti-terror. Get it right. The Muslim students have been facing a great deal of hate and an increase of Islamophobia. We need to put a stop to this immediately. I call on all level of governments to take action against this Islamophobia evil. How would you do that? Like I say, you got to look at root causes of these kinds of things. If you were to bring the conflict to an end, I don't know how you would go about doing that, but if you was working on that, well, the United States is in a position where they could do something. You know, they provide all these funds. They just now tried to pass, more funding to Israel. You know, if they stop giving them money and be like, hey, y'all stop this, or we're gonna stop giving y'all money. You know, we're gonna stop giving y'all weapons and missiles and all of this. You know, you're not going to be able to keep your Iron Dome going. So stop it. And then that would bring an end to this whole thing related to the backlash that's happening here in the States. Call me crazy. It says, Judaism has nothing to do with it, what Israel is doing, nothing to do with it. No place for the hate in the USA, no place for anti-Jew. No for Islamophobia too. Arab are also Semitic historically. For those who don't know, the word Semitic is not Jew inclusive. They worded that wrong, but they're saying that, anti-Semitic is not just, but the way people understand it now is that they're just talking about Jewish people. But if you look at it, the etymology of the word, that doesn't work. But somehow the Jews have got a damn monopoly on Semitism. You know, there goes that double speak, where they change the meaning of words and stuff. It says, wait, missing a comment. Pat says, a lot of Muslim people are Semitic people, usually more so than the Jewish people. I don't know if you can say more so other than the ones that claim to be Jewish and are not. They're like from somewhere else. Like it's a lot of, I don't really want to go down that road. It's going to piss everybody off. But, you do have a bunch of pretenders. And then the whole thing with Zionism, you don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist. Like that's a political ideology. So that's totally different. Like, anyways, let me stop because I'm gonna piss everybody off. Let's move on. It says, millionaire exposes how American society is collapsing.
Young people don't trust the system. It's because this is America 2.0. Brainwash kids for 8 hours a day until they're 18. Tell them they have to go to college and go 100K in debt or they'll never succeed. Make student loan debt unforgivable, more expensive yearly, and yet their parents' tax dollars go to those same schools. Make it illegal to have unpaid internships where you actually learn rather than just theorize. Pressure the top performers to go into two of the most uncreative jobs out there, Wall Street and consulting, or idealize startups that will require sleeping on floors, racking up massive debt from VCs so 1 out of 10 of them can end up on the cover of Fortune, then get mad at them for not working hard enough and quiet quitting when they can't afford houses, they hate their jobs, and their loans keep stacking. If that doesn't keep their heads down, then send them to war in a foreign land. We have to fix America 2.0. That's why kids don't want to keep playing this game. You wonder why.
Yeah, the Generation Z is on to this. Like, they're you know, it worked on us millennials, but Generation Z is like, bro, we see our parents struggling. This what they told them is not the truth. And then here goes another situation where you're socializing, you know, the cost and you're privatizing the profit when you're looking at the universities, because some of these schools probably wouldn't make it if it wasn't for the taxes. But these schools are private corporations and they turn profits every year. So it's like they're getting taxed, all of this tax. Some of these universities get huge amounts of tax money, like Texas A&M. They get huge amount of money from the government, lots and lots of money. And then they turn around and they charge the students crazy amounts of for tuition, crazy amounts for parking. You know, it's a crazy system. You know, like I say, they get all this money from the government, and then they make all the profit off of it. And then the same damn people who's paying the damn taxes, now they got to pay a whole bunch of money for tuition to go to the damn school. Crazy system. If you're a school or a church, man, you got a good game going. Comment, it says, so what do we do? What's the solution? Let me see some replies on this one. It says, stay positive and keep going. Good things are coming across the board. Don't buy into fear or agree with the harsh truths. Life is good and things are going to get better. Know it. Man, this damn positive thinking shit is fucking out of control with the damn internet. Like, okay, and I believe in, like, you know, frequency and energy and thinking positive and, like, you know, bringing things into fruition, you know, like, I believe in that. But at the end of the day, looking at the way things were, like, you know, you can't wish on a star and expect your life to freaking improve. Like, so this positive thinking shit is not the answer, bro. This person says, so what's the solution? What do we do? And this person says, stay positive, keep going, good things are coming. Don't buy into the fear. Life is good and things are going to get better. Know it. So, like, no, what if things don't get better? Like, what if I just keep on struggling and living paycheck to paycheck and fucking starving, bruh? And I'm still having a good, you like, oh, you obviously didn't have a good enough attitude. You get all the way out of here. Same person, let's see. She says, keep your mind open. Duality. America has issues to work on, but we still wake up in a free country, which is huge. We have armed forces protecting our lives, freedoms, and the list goes on. School and college degrees are very important. Don't forget to see the different sides of truth. Remember to see the good in things that are ever present. Don't agree or accept the dark perspectives as your truth. Use discernment. Again, your fucking comment doesn't help anybody. It's kind of like when people say thoughts and prayers. Like, okay, thoughts and prayers, that's really nice, but I'm hungry. Like, your thoughts and prayers are not feeding me. Your thoughts and prayers aren't going to pay my medical bills, my insurance, my mortgage. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. This comment says, gain marketable skills. That's really the only option. There's too much free education out here to stay stagnant when it comes to a career. Now, this is a fair ass comment right here. So gain marketable skills. Now, that is an answer. You know, and he says there's too much free education out here to stay stagnant. And there's a lot of shit on the internet that you could just look up and learn on your own, YouTube videos and whatever. What the problem with that is a lot of people won't recognize that. Like they want that paperwork, they want that like that degree or that certification or whatever. But you can learn the stuff and then go and get a certification or whatever. You're gonna have to pay for it or whatever, but you could probably just take a test, pass the test, and get it. But there's still problems with that because like you wouldn't be able to go into law in that way, even if you really knew the law. Like, you know, there's certain barriers on that. But at the same time, this is a really good comment. Gain marketable skills. That's what you want to do. Get skills that are marketable, and you'll find a job. You'll find a way to make money. Another comment says trade school or start reading books such as Rich Dad, Poor Dad, etc. This Rich Dad, Poor Dad, that shit is overrated. But he said trade schools are, that's good. Trade schools are good. It says when tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. Sounds like revolution. Another one says, oh, I totally did. He is just the best president ever, even better than my favorite Obama. What is that comment? It says, stop making excuses and figure stuff up by trial and error and asking questions. Then figure out pros and cons to situations. Set up a plan in regards to pros and cons and profit. Then repeat on different scenarios. Okay. Okay. You know, these kind of comments right here kind of avoid the fact that the system is foul. And that's what this lady is talking about in here. You know, yes, there's ways like people say things work like it works. You just got to wiggle it and press the button hard and jump up and down and say hallelujah. Well, then that means it doesn't work if you have to do all of that. And that's basically what this guy is saying in this comment right here. It's avoiding the fact that the system is foul. That's what we're talking about here. Can we fix the system? Can we adjust the system? It doesn't have to be this way.
US can learn from Japan. People waiting patiently, suitcases waiting patiently, trash bags waiting patiently, trash bags with nets to prevent rats. Please learn, New York City. On-time trains, fast trains, reversible seats on trains, barriers to prevent train deaths. Please learn, New York City. Cheap groceries, cheap alcohol, cheap unvandalized vending machines, cheap restaurants with no tipping. Please learn, America. Toilets that greet you, toilets with instructions, toilets that are public and clean. Please learn, America. Competing boy bands versus girl groups, singing microwaves. Creamia, Temple Fest. Hell's yeah, Temple Fest. Less chance of getting murdered. Please learn. What the US can learn from Japan. People waiting patiently.
Yeah, and if I say this stuff, then people are going to say, screw Japan. America's the greatest country in the world. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, well, can we just like implement some of the stuff that they do that works over here in the United States? Does that make us look weaker if we do that? Like, why can't implement some of these common sense measures? You know, stuff that just makes sense. Like, you know, I make the argument of mass transit. You know, all of these cars on the road, it's like, it's not the answer. We're just getting more and more cars. We build wider freeways and then more cars come in and we're still in traffic. Like, it's not improving the situation by building wider freeways. Like, that's not the answer. Like, like, come on, when are we going to wake up to that? It's like, oh, but we got freedom. Okay, we got freedom to be stuck in traffic. You know, it's just common sense stuff. What the U.S. can learn from Japan. Recent comments, it says, well, it's a lot of stuff you're missing that we for sure don't want to be. Glad it's finally legal to dance in public. Good job. You know, and there's good things and bad things about every country. And that's what I'm saying. Can we You know, instead of pointing at the things that they do bad, can we look at the stuff that they do good and implement these things over here? It's not that means that we're going to turn into Japan, or it doesn't mean that we're going to turn into a communist country. It just means we're going to improve some of the stuff that we do here. It's like, oh, it's the greatest country in the world, so there's no room for improvement. There's no way we can make changes over here to make things better. Another comment, it says, you eat $100 and they expect $100 tipping. Another one, it says, let me look up the suicide rates real quick. Another one, it says, sensitive folks in comments are assuming I'm Japanese. LOL, you are mad at the wrong reality. Another comment, it says, you lost Americans as soon as you said waiting patiently. It's like, it's against our religion, huh? It says, U.S. never learned, they busy making new genders. Another comment says, so what did Japan do to China in 1894? Please tell us. What does that have to do with the freaking, what he's saying? Like, this is dodging the freaking point. It says, Japan has a culture of excellence. Even people in the lowliest of jobs approach their work with a sense of responsibility and seriousness. Hence, everything being clean all the time. America needs a cultural shift. Another comment says, when you're not funding wars every few months, I guess the money gets used properly. It says, I already know sensitive folks will be mad saying you hate America, blah, blah. It says, another comment says, you forgot to mention Japan's amazing immigration policies. Another one that says, my son lives there. It's the less chance of getting murdered for me. Another comment that says, toilet stalls, they go all the way to the floor for privacy. Another one that says, I do not understand as an American why you cannot possibly point things we fall short. I honestly think it's because we, including myself, were taught we are the best country ever. And that moment, someone points out that we may not be as great as we thought, we cannot handle it. Speed rails would be awesome. I personally would like that and not have to be so reliant on a car. Saying this does not mean I hate America, but more that I enjoy my country and I would like to improvements. Is America not allowed to improve? Must we be so stuck in inefficient ways? I just do not understand. This person's sentiments is mine exactly. I'm losing y'all, huh? Psst, whatever. I don't freaking like to hear anything like that, huh? I'm not suggesting that we become Japan. I'm saying that we can improve and we could take some advice, some direction from them and other countries around the world.
We are out of water. We are not out of water. We are not out of water.
They drained fuel. They added something to the coolant lines. They played with electronics. And that's not typical vandal stuff.
Less than a week after bringing free water to Flint, Moses West says the green machine he designed to do just that was vandalized.
Once they broke into the machine and destroyed the generator, very technical, they knew what they were doing. It wasn't just random vandalism, not at all. They put metal in the fuel system.
West is a military veteran who travels across the country to areas in crisis, bringing a machine he designed like this one that literally makes fresh water out of thin air. He put the green machine out for people along Saginaw Street on Thursday and was hoping to make a big impact. He says before the vandalism, they were giving hundreds of people free water every day.
You got to look at, I'm making anywhere from 1,200 to 2,000 gallons of water a day. You're giving away for free. That's a lot of money out of somebody's pocket someplace.
Hey, we are out of water. We are not out of water. We are not out of water.
They drain.
Why do people hate on someone giving somebody stuff for free? Like they came and vandalized his stuff. Like they got a problem with them. Like every time, and then they start talking about communism and socialism again. You know, it's like, why do you hate that? How does it affect you? You know, like if you know, how does it impact your life? Like what problem do you have? You have so much time on your hands that you want to hate that this guy is giving somebody freaking water. Like, you know, go get some water from the guy or not. Move on with your life. What the hell does it have anything to do with you? Why do you want to go and vandalize this man's situation? Like, I don't get that shit. Like, it's hate. It's so much hate. Let's read this. It says, in less than a week after delivering free water to Flint, a veteran dedicated to providing clean water, Moses West, reported that the green machine he personally designed had been maliciously vandalized. Only a week, and then Michigan, Flint is still don't have clean water. It was big in the news some years ago. People have forgot about it and moved on, but the situation hasn't really improved. And so, but you know, you feel some kind of way about them not having clean water, and then somebody comes over there and gives it to them, and then you freaking vandalize the shit. Like, I don't get it. Comments, it says the government definitely was the one who vandalized it. Another comment, it says, so where are all the rich black stars, athletes, clergy on this one? Oprah, Rock, Ye, the list goes on. Another comment, it says people need to be guarding his shit 24/7 in shifts. Another comment, it says he doesn't seem suicidal. I'm just saying, y'all. Another comment, it says, where's all the gang members at? Give this man some security. Another comment, please take note, these are the same people who make all of us hate each other because of our skin color. They have now destroyed this water generator because it was helping people. All they care about is money and control. They keep that by keeping us hating each other. If we unite, we're strong. Another comment, it's no coincidence that Flint's population is 55% black, the 8th highest percentage in the country. It's been well over a decade. There's no reason they should still have contaminated water. Another one says, been over 10 years that Flint has been like this. No government aid, but that some government wants to send billions of dollars to Israel and Ukraine, though. Protect this man. I'm sure since they couldn't take him out the equation, they sabotaged the machine. This is the time for a GoFundMe account for him to continue his journey to save us all. This country isn't about solutions. They'll just create more problems. You can destroy the machine, but you can't take away the knowledge, God's work. The government said we don't like this. Matter of time before he disappears. The water companies and the government don't like this man. They want people poisoned by lead. Moses is his name. God knows his people. Put up cameras and set up a neighborhood watch team. Got to take this matter into their hands. God bless this man and put protection over him. The people should have stood guard and protected that machine. What they didn't know is when you are doing God's work, you can't be stopped. You're an inspiration to me and others. People are so low down. The one person who is bringing clean water for Flint is skillfully attacked. Makes me think of the many times Black people make great things happen for themselves and their community. Classless bullies find a way to destroy what they have. It's really sad. Somebody went out of their way and they need to use technical knowledge to sabotage this dude's stuff. It says Black Texans are being stripped of their ancestral lands. The land had been there since long before any of them could remember. As a child in the 50s, Lawrence Smith grew up playing in its spring-fed creek and riding in a mule-drawn wagon driven by his father, who grew peanuts, sweet potatoes, and watermelons in its loamy soil. But he and other Black heirs have been stripped of land near Bryan in College Station that their forebears held for a century or longer. Much of it was lost to the effort of two men who weaponized arcane real estate records and the courts, taking plots potentially worth millions and erasing cherished family legacies. Smith, a retired 78-year-old, is caught in the middle. He and his family tended their rural acreage for decades until it was lost to the machinations of real estate investors. They learned firsthand that black land ownership in the Brazos Valley is under siege and how it has all played out, representing a troubled indictment of our justice system. I read some comments. So this was the Texas Monthly Investigation. It says, because we chose labels like Black and African Americans instead of Indigenous Indians. Another comment, it says, how can we help them? Colonizers gonna colonize. Another one, it says, my family and I are dealing with the same issues here in South Georgia. 93 acres of farmland. Thank God we didn't get too greedy, and the other 100 acres has been stolen by someone who worked in with the USDA and realtors. We have a probated will, and the land is still in my grandfather's name, and we're paying taxes on the land. I tell you, the white folks always finding ways to take what our ancestors worked hard for, but I can assure you we will get ours back. It says, here comes the colonizers. Another one. Fight back, don't let go. Stripping is unconstitutional. Make public, spread the word. Got some ARs, some pistols, a few dogs, grenades. Place some booby trap dynamite and tell them, come take it. Another comment. Some attorneys, please step in. Says, they've been going after heir property. They usually don't have a probate will, and better than that, you need a trust. White folks have a different set of rules, and if you don't learn them, you lost out. They hate us that much, huh? Just keep messing with people for the hell of it. Shaking my head. I hope someone can help them fight back. I'm getting tired. It says, we spend 50% more hours in school than Finland. They have no standardized tests until PISA in high school, and they outperform us every time. They have multiple recesses and options like crafts, home ec, PE, arts, etc. And teachers have more control over teaching than politicians. He says, what are we doing wrong? So it's comparing our schools to Finland. Here's another situation where we can look at another country and see how they do something and implement the way they do things here and improve the way our system is here. But people not going to want to do that because they feel like America's the greatest country in the world and we don't need no help from Finland. Another comment, it says, what we're doing wrong is approaching teaching as a process of indoctrination and preparation for people to be human resources, used up and spit out by business interests, rather than educating human beings on how to be empathetic and their best selves. They don't allow for private schools, so they properly fund public schools and demand and receive resources, standards, research-based, not religious, zealotry, etc. Granted, much easier to do in a smaller country with a smaller population and quite different priorities. See, and this is what I was talking about. I talked about this a bunch of times. So it's talking about, it says they don't allow for private schools. And it says, let me read this comment again, because it says they don't allow for private schools. So they properly fund public schools and demand and receive resources, standards, research-based, not religious zealotry, etc. Another comment, it says, our education system is not intended to teach thinkers, it's intended to create workers for large corporations. The goal is to teach them what to do what they're told. Sit quietly for 8 hours a day, don't ask questions. Why do you think we celebrate students that have perfect attendance? Another comment, it says, Finland is not multicultural, broke ass cesspool of bottom feeders from broken homes whose parents don't give a shit about education. Why they put the multicultural part in there? Another comment says Finland's population is 5.5 million versus 330 million, and 94% of that population is white. Another comment says, and yet USA produces some of the best graduates in the world. Just a thought. Another comment, you know what else they have? One of the strongest school choice systems in Europe, which is not controlled by an overburdensome teachers union, which means schools and their teachers are held to a results-based standard. You either produce or get fired. Finland has less than 2 million K through 12 students. The US has nearly 50 million K through 12 students. The system cannot and should not be compared. Managing 2 versus 50, the bottom line is very different. Whatever, man, just scale it. Scale it. That's not a good excuse. Many of our teachers seem set on teaching inappropriate things and are too focused on trying to make the students their friends than teaching them, it seems. Maybe teach curriculum rather than gender crap. Just a thought, our students don't read or do math at their grade level and nobody thinks that's a problem. Let's read this. The real power in America is held by a fast emerging oligarchy of pimps and preachers who see no need for democracy or fairness or even trees, except maybe the ones in their own yards, and they don't mind admitting it. They worship money and power and death. Their solution to all the nation's problems would be another 100-year war. This was in 2003. Hunter Thompson. Comments, it says, well, 20 years later, and it's even worse. Another one says, wow, is he referring to people like Joe Biden and fam, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, Al Sharpton, and the FBI, DOJ? That's exactly where my mind went when I read this. It says, I'm sure he's rolling over in his grave in regards to the current Democratic Party. They all suck. Side note, back in the day, Democrats were pro-slavery. They've always been two sides of the same coin anyway, though Republicans twins. The tree is what got me on this quote. I have never seen a culture so hell-bent on cutting down trees that in the worst trimming jobs you've ever seen. Zero nuance or skill. Is basically a slow way to kill the tree. These people destroy everything they touch. Yeah, why do we hate trees so much? And then they call, if you are like an environmentalist or whatever, they call you a tree hugger. So you tree hugger, like, and that's a derogatory comment. Like that's a put down. Like you're a tree hugger. Like, yeah, I love trees. Every time I see one, I hug it. Like, you got a problem with that? Like, what is your problem with trees? It does seem like we hate trees. I have a post in here about that too. Hold on, let me see. Is this it? I'm gonna come back to that. I have one in here. It's about the connection to the meat industry and the Amazon. Is it in here? I don't see it. It must have been on Twitter. I'm getting tired, y'all. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go. Where y'all at? Why ain't nobody come here and chop it up with me? Ooh.
Of the most important moments in modern Haitian history. Just a few hours ago, canal workers, community members, and local leaders all came together in Wadamet to build a wall. In this wall, was meant to stop trade at Haiti's border with the Dominican Republic. This wall was a stand against racism and hatred. It was local Haitians declaring that we are worth more than the mistreatment we've been receiving from our neighbors. Dominican President Luis Abinader recently announced that he'll be opening up the borders with Haiti, but only for trade, only for commerce. He wants Haitian money, but he doesn't want the Haitian people, and Haitians are not having it. Although this wall was stopped by local Haitian police, they did promise to lock the gates Monday morning. And more importantly, this shows us that our movement is powerful and there's no stopping us now. Kanala Papkampe. This is one of the most important moments in modern Haitian history. Just a few hours ago, canal workers, community.
I covered some of this about the canal that they're building, and damn it, I'm tired. The Dominican Republic is pushing back against it. Like, they don't want to see them do anything. They're doing it all on their own too, like completely on their own. They're building this canal, and they're sabotaging them left and right. Let's read this. It says, this canal is on our territory and is legal. We shouldn't be treated like we are subhuman because we are fighting for basic human necessity, water. Comment, it says, such misinformation you spread, Haiti needs to get their act together and for once take responsibility for their own messes. Haiti is a threat to the DR and the entire stability of the island. Haitians needs to rise up and stop blaming others and start to do something for their own country. What the hell is this person saying in this damn comment, bro? Like, that's exactly what they're doing. It says they need to get their act together. That's what they're trying to do. It says they need to take responsibility for their own messes. That's what they're doing. It's a threat to the DR and the entire stability of the island. In what way? It says they need to rise up and stop blaming others. They're not blaming nobody. They're freaking building their thing. This dude is a bot. Hold on, is there somebody getting this dude's butt? Let's see. Yeah, replies. It says, and that's what we are doing. We're closing our border. We don't want DR food. They can keep it. They want to bring their food to us. We don't want it. We want our border shut. We don't want to buy, go sell it somewhere else. Another reply says, creating our own canal to make our own food is Haitians taking responsibility for themselves. Another one, it says, no one is blaming Dominicans for anything. You guys can never be accountable for your behavior. The issue is the treatment of the Haitian people. There isn't a person saying DR is responsible for what has happened to Haiti. You guys are so delusional and so mad that the entire world can now see what happens on the island that you are making things up. Mind your border and leave us alone. It says, dude, go suck a and stay off the Haitian page. Another comment, it says, if Haiti is such a threat to DR, then why not keep the border closed? You people contradict yourselves with every breath. You mad because they would have cut you in pieces, LOL. Another one, Haiti is a threat to the DR and the entire stability of the island. Are you high or just completely delusional? Another comment, clearly your comprehension levels are very low. Is that not what Haitians are literally doing? Saying no to shitty Dominican products with absolutely no quality control? It's getting in this dude's ass. Fuck you, come on his page and make a stupid ass comment. Let's read some more. It says, they need us more than we need them. Remember, the Haitians built most of Dominican Republic and fed them for many years. And this is how they want to say thank you. Another one says, no one cares, LOL. Stay in your failed state. Dominican Republic doesn't need Haitian trade. That sounded salty. Another comment says, remember when you had the earthquake, you had no ports and everything came from the Dominican Republic? Due to help you, and Dominican women were breastfeeding babies. Another one says, Haitians should never agree to open the border with DR again, never. Another one. So the Haitian police stopped the building of the wall. We build it. It says, I'm from Dominican descent, but I support actions that improve the lives of Haitians and provide them to a road of self-sufficiency. Another one, I'll never understand why Dominicans flood these Haitian pages. If you hate us so much, why consume so much of our media? It's because we're living in your head rent-free, huh? Another one, if only we came together like this to build the whole country. Yeah, they're doing their own thing, and then they're hating them for doing that. Like, they can't do nothing right, huh? Let's play this.
It's about Haiti. Haiti is home to more mountains than any other country in the Caribbean. These majestic peaks provide an incredible view of both the mountains and the ocean. Haiti is also home to some of the most beautiful beaches in the Caribbean. They offer travelers a variety of activities, from lounging in the sun to exploring the island's picturesque coastline. The beaches are known for their white sand, crystal clear waters, so if you're looking for a beach vacation, Haiti is a great option. The Citadelle La Ferrière is the largest fortress in the Western Hemisphere and is a reminder of the strength and courage of the Haitian people. When it comes to food, the cuisine of Haiti is a Creole blend of French, Spanish, native Taino, and African influences. This mix of flavors creates an amazing array of dishes that are both spicy and rustic. Finally, Haiti is a country with a proud history of freedom. In 1803, the Haitian people managed to overthrow the French at the Battle of Vertières and become the first Black Republic. 5 interesting facts about Haiti. Haiti is home to...
Yeah, this caught my attention because in the news, all you see is like slums and poor people and people struggling, and you never see the beautiful side of Haiti. Like, they don't show that in the media. It's like, as far as anybody's concerned, it's a shithole country, you know. And so, like, that's the thing. That's what the media does. It makes you see things in a certain way, and because you don't get to see everything else, you know. And I had some of this stuff, some of these pictures I had never seen before. So, and I freaking dig into this stuff all the time. So it just shows how limited our, understanding, our view, our perception of Haiti is, and how, slanted and misconstrued it is. It's really sad, the hate that they have for Haitians. It says, while a report by Roger Sullenberger from the Daily Beast reveals that the new speaker, Mike Johnson, claims to not have any bank accounts or assets in his family worth $5,000. His financial disclosures for years have shown nothing. Is he really living paycheck to paycheck, or is he hiding his true net worth? I mean, the guy is in the top 12% of income earners. Something doesn't smell right here. Yeah, it sounds like this guy is hiding something. How did he where did he come from? Like, even when they did a secret ballot, like at night, I want to say, to put this dude in, he basically came out of nowhere, and now he's the speaker, and it's like, who is this guy? Like, I never heard his name before he became speaker. And I cover this stuff. Let's read some comments. It says, is it any wonder he wants to defund the IRS? The crazy part is, why wasn't this caught earlier by a normal audit or even upon submission of his information? It doesn't make any logical sense, obviously. Another one says, you guys don't worry. In 2 years, he's worth 45 mil. Ask Clarence or Mitch. Another comment, it says, and that's the thing, though, because, see, being a speaker, your main goal is to raise funds. Like, you have to be a good fundraiser to help, because your job is to get your party reelected, and that takes money. And so you go around and you do speaking engagements and you chop it up with people and you tell them, hey, we're going to take care of y'all or whatever. We're going to do the stuff that you want us to do. Make sure that, we get voted in next time around, And so, like, this guy being a nobody and then having no money, and like, that doesn't fit That doesn't fit the profile of what a speaker should be. Strange. Something fishy going on with this. Let me read this one. It says, he's exactly what the Republicans want. He's an evangelical hate pusher, obviously a tax cheat, and supposedly raised a black child through that child is not in a single family photo. And when asked why he never adopted the boy, he replied, the process was difficult. This from the same man that says women shouldn't be allowed an abortion because the abortion is an option for the baby. Because the adoption, hold on, let me start over. Let me go back. Hold on. He's exactly what the Republicans want. He's an evangelical hate pusher, obviously a tax cheat, and supposedly raised a black child, though that child is not in a single family photo. And when asked why he never adopted the boy, he replied, the process was difficult. This from the same man that says women shouldn't be allowed an abortion because adoption is an option for the baby. He's a nationally known lawyer, but the process was too difficult for him. Yet he expects often poor women to do. Yeah, he's exactly what the Republicans want in a leader. And not, of course, he's a Trump supporter and election denier. That comment was kind of hard to read. Yeah, something's weird about this guy. It says the man who will have our country living under the Handmaid's era and criminalizing the LGBT community and nationwide ban on abortion. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some digging about that guy. I need to know more about him. It says the only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. I like that a lot. I like to say my existence is the resistance. So I don't have to do anything, just be here and be myself. And people just frown up. It says A, bourgeoisie individualism masquerading as rebellion. I guess. Another comment says, and be hated and ostracized for it. I know. That sucks. Another one that says, love the idea, but I don't know of anyone who is totally free of things like money or acceptance and approval by others. Guess I'm living a sheltered life. Yeah, there's problems and, it's easier said than done. Another comment says, sometimes it takes more courage to stay alive than to die. Man, that's heavy right there. I always feel like suicide is a cop-out anyways. It's like a escape. And it's terrible to do that to your friends and family and loved ones. It's a cop-out move. It says, so the people who voted against expelling George Santos after he was indicted for many counts of fraud are now opening an impeachment inquiry on Biden. Do I have that right? I'm not even going to comment on that. Let's play this.
To be honest about the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu is a criminal in the eyes of Israel. He is currently under an indictment and in an open investigation for fraud and corruption. It cost him his prime minister seat in 2019, and it's the reason that Israel's had 3 prime ministers since 2020. Even now, as he sits in that seat since 2022, being reelected with a total of more than 16 years in the prime minister seat, on October 6th, just before the attacks happened in Israel, Netanyahu was at an all-time low in terms of public support in Israel. He is supported by a far-right, conservative, aggressive, and hawkish government, and he was actively trying to change the court system in Israel so that his indictment and investigation would be terminated. The man that we are talking about supporting here, the prime minister that President Biden met with, is essentially a carbon copy of the Donald Trump persona that we have here in the United States. A strong, hawkish, right-leaning conservative who is currently under indictment and facing criminal charges for corruption and fraud, among other things. So don't think for a second that the prime minister in Israel is a good guy. He is not. He is not supported by Israel. He is under criminal charges. And in many ways, the invasion, the aggression that happened on October 8th is a very convenient way of him to redirect his own people off of his own issues. So don't be misled. And I want to make sure that the world understands that Netanyahu is in no way comparable to our own president.
Yeah, so before I make this comment, I have to say, Hezbollah, Iran, they said they didn't have anything to do with October 7th. And believe it or not, because Israel is saying otherwise, but I think that the Hamas did all of that on their own, planned it and executed it on their own. And it really makes Israel look bad. So that's the reason why they just can't seem to believe that they could have pulled that off on their own, that they didn't have help doing it. So with that said, though, the timing of this is very convenient for Netanyahu because he was in the hot seat big time. And they've totally forgotten about that. They're looking at, they're still kind of mad at him or whatever, but things are different. Like the way that his people are looking at him is different now. So he kind of avoided that situation that he was in. This situation helped him, basically, is what I'm saying. So, like, not to be a conspiracy theorist, but let me read this right here. It says, an ex-CIA agents take on Bibi, a criminal, as far as Jews in Israel are concerned. I'm not into conspiracy theories, but with Iron Dome, it was very convenient to let Hamas in on October 7th and sacrifice 1,300 Jews to finish off Palestinians once and for all. Now, I don't think that they let them in, so I don't agree with that at all. The Iron Dome didn't matter because of what they did. They breached the fence, they hang glided over, and they attacked security checkpoints and stuff like that. That the Iron Dome wouldn't help with that. So, but again, it's really good. Netanyahu is benefiting from this situation, basically, multiple ways. Let's read this. It says, this is the most important thing you need to get out of the Israel-Palestine war. We all know that Biden and his administration is absolutely hated by the American people. They would do anything to stay in power, including 2 wars, 3 or 4 if they decide to fight Iran and China. But they see that neither the war in Ukraine nor the war in Israel-Palestine produced the necessary effects on the American people. That's why they desperately need another 9/11. They already injected another distraction, mass shooting in Maine. Let me move on because, yeah, they're talking crazy talk. Crazy talk. What was this one? Turning gas cars into electric cars. Yeah, I don't like this guy. So let's cover this story. FBI raids home of top fundraiser for New York City Mayor Eric Adams. It says FBI agents searched the Crown Heights home of Brianna Suggs, a campaign consultant and top fundraiser linked to New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Federal law enforcement is looking into whether the construction company and Turkish nationals made improper donations to the mayor's 2021 campaign, sources told ABC News. Yeah, so shadiness connected to this guy. I didn't like this guy from Jump Street. I remember when he ran his election, it was so shady. Yeah, screw this guy. Comments, it says Republican or Democrat, no one is above the law. It says they need to raid the homes of Clarence Thomas financial backers. That's not Brianna Suggs, where her picture FBI raided her home, not the mayor, starting off wrong already. Biden controller didn't like the Democrat mayor asking questions. Here in Australia, every political donation is audited. Why not in America? FBI should be raiding Mississippi, starting with the governor all the way down. Lock them up, tired of the political eruption in this country. Your article failed to feature the campaign consultant and top fundraiser, Brianna Suggs. Please show her pics too. Thank you. It says, where's the pic? Well, there's a whole ass thing. I saw a video. I don't know. I might have it. I think it was on Democracy Now! Oh, yeah. I don't know if I feel like covering that, because I'm getting tired. It says, when I criticize a system, they think I criticize them. And that is, of course, because they accept the system and identify themselves with it. So, yeah, I think that's true. And I kind of mentioned this on the show a lot of times, how people, you know, you start talking about conservatives and then someone identifies as a conservative and they feel like you're attacking them personally. You start talking about Democrats, a person that didn't, you know, considers themselves a Democrat, and they feel like you're attacking them personally. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. And people just can't seem to, like, I don't know, separate themselves like that. Like, I don't know. I think it's a small, it's an emotional thing. It says, we wear our belief systems like badges of honor or like bumper stickers on our pickup truck. We want to identify and be identified by them. They're part of our facade, something we take quite personally and something we internalize. We craft our identity and our personality around that facade. So we aren't just criticizing a philosophy or a policy or a position. We're criticizing who and what that person is. Makes talk tough and change nearly impossible. We do anything to defend that thin veil. We'll even go down with the ship if it means not revealing the ruse. And man, I think this is like revealing in our political discourse, because this is what ends up being when we try to talk about serious topics, it always degenerates into personal attacks. You know, people attacking each other. Sometimes they're not even attacking each other. They just feel like they were being attacked. So then they start attacking the other side. You know, it's like, can we just talk about the policies? Can we just talk about the, you know, the agenda, like what's at hand, and try to fix it and improve it, instead of having our personal identity tied up into a certain policy or procedure or system or whatever. You know, just because the system doesn't work or, you know, is corrupted or flawed, it doesn't mean that you are corrupted or flawed or whatever. Like, it's not personal. Comment, it says, the difficulty in criticizing Israel with being accused of anti-Semitism, the difficulty of criticizing America without being accused of being anti-American, the difficulty of criticizing men without being accused of being a man-hater. Tribalism is distorting. It's so tricky to step out of one's identity, peel back, and catch an objective glimpse of oneself. Another comment says, this explains nearly everything about why we can't make the necessary changes in public education. With everything, why we can't make the necessary changes with everything. We can't get to the point where we can start moving forward with something because people start taking it like personal and personally attacking each other, and the conversation goes in another direction. Another comment says, that's why you have to be disarming with your words and demeanor before delivering your criticism. The setup is everything. And me being on the show, I've learned how to do that. When I'm talking to people on the show, I've learned how to kind of like talk about a topic with, and it's not easy. It's like walking on eggshells, you know, to try to keep from them feeling personally attacked. Comment, says, the program will fight for its survival. Some of Merton's talks to novice monks are excellent. I gained by listening to him. The biography by John Howard Griffin is excellent. A cautionary tale too. One more. We wear a belief system like badges of honor. Oh, I read that. What did they do? Repost it? Another one says, reason people are so unmoored by criticism against their affiliation is because they have surrendered themselves to an ideology. Therefore, it's impossible to attack the individual, and so they are both crippled and supported by the weird dynamic. Man, I'm getting tired. I've been talking the whole time. That's why I like someone else to be here, because it gives me a chance to catch my breath.
Are visible right off of Emnora Lane. And again, there are homes literally just across the street here. The Houston Health Department says air quality readings did come back as elevated, but they really did not elaborate on what exactly that means. Meanwhile, dozens of residents came out last night for a community meeting, which was attended by HFD Fire Chief Sam Pena. So the fire has been burning since October 27th at a 3-acre construction site in the area of Hollister and Hammerly. HFD describes this as a natural vegetation fire involving mulch, tree debris, logs, as well as some live trees that have caught on fire. Firefighters have responded out to the area. They did get the situation under control to prevent any flames from spreading, and a private crew is now using water, not chemicals, to continue to battle this blaze. But this has been burning for days now, and residents are concerned about all of that smoke, saying that they can actually smell it inside of their home. The flames are visible right off of Emnora Lane. And again, there are homes literally just across the street here. The Houston Health Department says air quality readings did come back as elevated.
So it says, as a 3-acre fire continues raging for nearly a week now in Spring Branch, health officials confirmed something that neighbors feared. So, yeah, and I haven't even seen this in the news. So, you know, I guess with everything going on with Palestine and Israel, you know, I'm in Houston. So this thing here should have showed up on my radar. I mean, it did when I was getting ready for the show, but I didn't see it before that. So, like, that sounds weird to me. But I don't know. Spring Branch area, I wonder what is the demographics of that area? I'm not exactly 100% sure. I'd have to see exactly where this is, because our neighborhoods are very segregated, but it's like, it's really complicated. Like, it could be on one side of the street, it'll be a certain demographic, and on the other side, it's a different demographic. So it's like, I'd have to actually look at the map and see. Comments, it says, been living in Houston for over 20 plus years. Never once heard of us having fires until now. Well, that's not true, bro. Texas is not very, like, one thing that's cool about Texas is our parks. We have really cool parks, and we have one of the best, what do they call it? Parks and Recreation Department or whatever. It's really cool. But on the flip side of that, we're not very friendly to the environment or whatever. We don't have coding, so you can build a freaking chemical plant right across the street from a neighborhood. And yes, this kind of thing does happen all the time when you have like a freaking tire building facility in a neighborhood or something. Like, you know, let me read some more. It says, that fire has been going on since Sunday. Y'all barely talking about it. That's what I'm saying. Another comment that says, my car was covered in ash. This is some BS. Another comment that says, all that water the city keeps wasting every day by checking the fire hydrants could have put this damn fire out by now. They have to do that with the fire hydrants, people. Another comment that says, I was wondering what that was. It's been going for days. I'm glad I don't live in that area. I'm on Southwest side. So maybe that's why I haven't been on my radar. Another comment that says, why is this allowed in a residential area? See, it's because our coding, we don't have it. Like, most cities have that, but we don't here in Houston. You can build anything anywhere here. Another comment says, LOL, bro, they did it. Was 30 this morning. Jesus going to deal with y'all. Another one, I thought it was a neighbor burning leaves, LOL. Another one, they forgot to mention how there are 2 schools that back up into the field where this fire is. Another one, this was a controlled burn, they said initially. Oh, so it got out of control. CO2 emissions, another one that says, why isn't the Houston Fire PIO on site to put the fire out? It's been a week. I live across the street and the neighborhood is covered in smoke, ashes all over my car. The smoke is causing me and my dog to sneeze and cough with eye and ear irritation. There's no one out there putting the fire out. If it wasn't planned and there are no burn permits, then why are y'all allowing it to continue to burn? I don't know. I mean, they might have some kind of reason, like, I don't know. Another comment says, not to mention it's next to an elementary school. I passed by it 2 different days this past week and still it's burning. They must have a problem with putting it out. Another one that says, it's been burning. I go to work, it's burning. I come home and it's still burning. Comment, it says, what city official got paid off? I see ash on my car every morning. We are all breathing that shit. It says, they need to explain what elevated means. I have problems with my lungs and don't need toxins to breathe in. Of course, I'm not going outside until the smoke is gone. Well, luxury to you if you can stay inside and not have to go outside. Like, you don't have to go to work. And yeah, that comment about elevated, that caught my ear too. It's like, elevated. What's elevated? What is in that smoke? Tell us. We need to know. There's a post that's kind of related to this. Here it is.
One of the places where the environmental justice movement got its start, on the side of the highway in Warren County, North Carolina. In the 1970s, Warren County was where industries illegally dumped their toxic waste and where the state government had plans to build a toxic landfill. This would expose local residents to PCBs, which are chemicals associated with several kinds of cancer. And it wasn't by chance that those PCBs ended up here. Warren County was majority Black and one of the poorest counties in the state. Globally, there's a tragic history of industries dumping waste in communities viewed as politically powerless or at least less likely to protest their presence. But things happened differently in Warren County. People organized for years, leading up to a 7-week protest. Students from all over the state joined the fight. National civil rights leaders marched with them. Soon, the entire country was watching. Unfortunately, the landfill was eventually built, but the protests raised new awareness about how racial and economic inequality makes communities vulnerable to environmental harm. And they led to national and global calls for environmental justice and climate justice. This is...
Come on. See, that's what I was saying about the protesting. So he said, oh, it brought awareness. He said, but the landfill was eventually built or whatever. So like nothing changed. Like they protested and all of that. It drew attention to it or whatever, but it still, you know, happened. Like they didn't freaking accomplish anything. Let me read this. It says the environmental justice movement got its start on the side of the highway in Warren County, North Carolina. In the 1970s, this is where local industries illegally dumped their toxic waste, exposing residents to chemicals associated with several kinds of cancer. In response, a group of people in the poor, rural, majority Black community came together to fight an iconic battle for environmental justice. Their work laid a path that leads right up to today. So I guess, you know, what they accomplished was, you know, creating this, what did they call it? Some kind of environmental justice movement or whatever. But still, I mean, all of this stuff is still happening. Like, comments, it says, looking at those photos, it's a stark reminder that the police often don't protect and serve the community. They protect and serve corporate interests. In those photos, they were essentially arresting people for declining to be subject to toxic waste. And this is exactly why we need regulations. Corporations cannot be trusted to do the right thing ever. It's saddening that being woke nowadays means caring about the environment. What does that mean? The struggle of American Black people against the never-ending evils of so-called white supremacy in the stuffs of nightmares. May we know freedom from oppressive struggle and depraved hatred for our very existence in this lifetime. Yeah, so that's why I was thinking, though, about that fire that I was showing a minute ago. It's like they tend to do that in poorer areas, you know, put these areas that are dangerous for people, you know. That's the zoning laws. We need zoning laws. And if they do some shit and it ends up impacting people, the suit is what people is their recourse. It's like, oh, just sue them. But hey, I got cancer now and I'm gonna die early. Like, okay, you give me $1 million, but I'm freaking gonna die. Like, that's not the answer. The answer is to not let them do that in the future. Like, once they do it, you know, don't let them continue to get away with it. Force the laws to be different. Don't allow them to put shit right next to freaking communities like that. Comment, it says, I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina since 1980, even worked at the newspaper for nearly 20 years, and have never heard this story. Thank you for sharing. Another one that says, nice, I like the historical markers, but we should all know at this point the money always wins. Just like Emil in Alabama, other states bring toxic waste there. It is horrific. Damn, so they even come from other states to dump that shit over there. Another one says, Florida needs to take note and muster courage against development greed. Another one, lived in North Carolina and my neighborhood had a lot of cancer cases. We found out we lived in a brown area and it's not required to disclose. Speaking of, I wish a reporter would dig into the Kathy Hochul and her promise to get rid of an expressway that runs through the black neighborhood. The kids here have a disproportionate amount of lung disease from the car fumes. Money was raised for the project and they are already trying to change it so they don't have addresses. They don't have address. When you write like this, I can't read it. NYS has a terrible legacy of using Buffalo to raise funds just so politicians can steal from those projects. Yeah, it seems like the show today was all about like the system like screwing over people and nothing being done about it. Profit over people. Let's read this. It says, nearly every war that has started in the past 50 years has been a result of media lies. The media could have stopped it if they had searched deep enough. If they hadn't reprinted government propaganda, they could have stopped it. Julian Assange. Comment, it says, the media is owned by the same people that profit from war. If we all stop paying taxes, the house of cards will tumble. How are we going to do that, bro? Another comment says, you see why he is in prison. Another comment, kind of a misnomer here. If we had an independent media, it could possibly affect public perception and prevent the forever aggressors against humanity to run, my eyes are blurry, run another human sacrifice ritual. However, the forever aggressors also control all media, all governance, all central banks, and fund all sides of every human sacrifice ritual. They like to also misnomer and call war. Yeah, so there is propaganda. There's a what is the word I'm looking for? Monopoly with the media too. So, you know, but good thing we have the internet. You know, it's kind of pushing back against it. But you know, with the what do they call it? The where they speed up certain sites and slow down other sites, where they where they freaking shadow ban certain things or whatever. It's hard. It's hard, even with the media. I mean, even with the internet and all these different ways to get information out, they find ways to keep from. Because I noticed it on here. I'm looking at my analytics. I look at my analytics every day, multiple times a day. I'm always looking at it. Always looking at it. So I can see stuff. And some stuff I see, I notice that, depending on the title of the video and stuff, depending on the subject matter of the video, it'll get no views. And because it doesn't get recommended, it doesn't get spread out. No one gets to see it, So the internet pushes up the nonsense stuff and it pushes down the stuff that, has substance, And we wonder about the internet and we're like, it's always full of all of this trash, but it's not. It's just that we see the trash and we don't see the substance. You have to really dig around and click and scroll to look for the stuff. It's there, but you have to dig around. And ain't nobody got time for that. It's really sad. But if we had media, if it wasn't such a monopoly on the media, then if you had real competition in the media, then maybe we would get more, better stories. But I know you guys saw that show where it was like, even the local news stations, they're saying the exact same words in the same order. So, it's all coming from one place. It's crazy. Even those small little stations, they're saying the exact same stuff. And, and it's all about profit too. So that's the other part of it. They don't want to spend money to have people out there on the streets who are doing investigative reporting or op-eds and stuff like that. That stuff costs money and they just want to make money. They don't want to spend any. So, all of the information comes, from one place and all the stories just get reprinted from other stories. It doesn't cost any money to do that. It takes time and money to write stories, and to go out there and do real reporting. Like I remember back in the days where every news station would have somebody out there, actually interviewing people and stuff like that. But now you hardly ever, they're always in the office and they're talking from there with their opinions and but they don't really have good information from the ground. It's like the Israel Hamas war, and we don't know what the hell is going on. There's no we see these clips going down our timeline, but a lot of that stuff is coming from like individual people who are on the scene. But it's war time, so I get it. But what I'm saying is they just don't have anybody there on the ground to give any real freaking concrete information. And then we get to argue about, did this happen or did this not happen? And we can't actually have data, information, and videos that say, okay, this actually happened and we can see it. There's no need to argue any further and say, no, maybe it didn't happen or whatever. Like, it's all lies and so much bullshit. This one, it says, the media is the most powerful entity on earth. They can make the guilty seem innocent and the innocent seem guilty. And that's power because they control the minds of the masses. It's a Malcolm X quote. How long ago was that quote? And how true is it still today? Comment, it says, we are plagued with the war of the mind syndrome. The mind is the most powerful part of the human body. If we can control our minds, we can control our destinies. Too many of us have relinquished our powers. We are controlled by man-made manipulators which pull the strings behind their glorified schemes. The war of the mind is in conflict with thought and rationale. We are not in control. Therefore, our delayed responses are at a crossroad with what to do and what not to do. Our minds are out of sync with nature and time. The mind cannot think rationally and responsibly. The war of the mind is on. The mind is trying to find its rightful owner. Function, function, function. There is a stranger in control of our minds. The beneficiaries of none, and the number one consumers of the world. Black, the self-confidence and their abilities to think, create, and invent. Arrogantly motivated drivers of drama, selfies, self-hate, and character assassination. Courage was once their backbone, which has been reduced to chatter. Kings who once ruled the world, but today they find themselves ruled, controlled, and dependent upon others. Take back our power from the stranger who controls our minds. Like Doc would say, fifth generational warfare is, and we're talking about the media and the lies and fake news and stuff. And it's like controlling your mind. And we're not able to act rationally. We bend ourselves into pretzels to freaking explain away the atrocities of the system and things. We want to defend certain things. Like we pick our side and we defend our side, no matter what the truth actually is. What happened to the character and integrity, truth and honesty? Like, it's like what's the truth doesn't even matter. It's like, what can you prove? Like you're in a courtroom, this is all happening in our mind, and we're sick. We're sick mentally. That's why we have such mental health disorder freaking problems in our country. It's really that, and logic is not what it is. It's all about emotions. It says, until they shown themselves to be a false source of information and propagandists, Sam, say anything media monopoly. Malcolm X said that the enemy has many faces and they switch up every time you get close to know who they are. Yep. People are scared to reveal who they really are. It's because they're empty suit at the end of the day, a lot of them. They have no backbone. They flow where the wind blows.
African-American automaker has inspired an Atlanta car maker to bring the Black community into the EV revolution.
Derek Bailey has gasoline-powered vehicles he converted to electric.
Our retrofit is to show that we can use our technology to actually bring everyone into the EV revolution by allowing you to bring an old car in on Monday, and next Monday you pick up an electric car.
He's also preparing to launch production of a new EV that'll be equipped with a special generator that'll charge the car's battery, eliminating the need for a charging station.
It says, Derek Bailey is at the forefront of automotive innovation, pioneering a cutting-edge technology that is poised to transform the way we think about transportation. Bailey has devised a groundbreaking solution that breathes new life into gas-guzzling cars. This innovation involves converting conventional gasoline-powered vehicles into electric cars, ushering in a cleaner, greener era of driving. But what sets Bailey's invention apart is its dual functionality. Not only does it electrify these cars, but he is also developing plans to equip them with onboard generators that charge the batteries while cruising, effectively eliminating the need for frequent stops to charge at charging stations. This remarkable innovation will not only reduce our carbon footprint, but also enhance the convenience and practicality of electric vehicles. Derek Bailey's pioneering work is a testament to human ingenuity and a shining example of how technology can drive us toward a more sustainable future. His vision and dedication are paving the way for a world where eco-conscious driving is not just a choice, but a seamless and efficient reality. Yeah, I wondered about those batteries. I always wondered why the hell they don't have they can't charge them while they're running. Like, how come they can't do that? Like, and with the car moving, and what I understand about like batteries and like how things work is with the tires moving with it seems like it should be able to generate some power on its own and send that back into the battery. I mean, I don't know. I'm delusional now. I mean, delirious. See, I can't even use the right words. Maybe I'm delusional and delirious. I'm about to get out of here. This one, it says, does time go faster at the top of the building compared to the bottom? Yes, time goes faster the further away you are from the Earth's surface compared to the time on the surface of the Earth. This effect is known as gravitational time dilation. It is predicted by Einstein's theory of general relativity and has been verified multiple times by experiments. The gravitational field is really a curving of space and time. The stronger the gravity, the more space-time curves, and the slower time itself proceeds. Yeah, this stuff is super interesting to me. I thought it was a clip in here to kind of demonstrate this, but I think it was another video and I didn't share it. Let's read some comments. It says, up is up, down is down. Gravity is a theory, nothing more. Definitely not some invisible force. This isn't Star Wars. Oh my God. Okay, it's a theory, but if you walk off the roof, you're going to go splat, right? True or not? It's the math. We can demonstrate this stuff with the math. Oh my God. Let's read some replies to that. I hope they got in his ass. It says, ha ha ha, we found one. The conspiracy nut that has no idea what a scientific theory actually is, but wants to sound smart, so he tries anyway. Another one says, and his user says, alpha male in my prime. Good Lord. Another one says, can guarantee his entire browser history is Andrew Tate Rule 34. It says, if my bio said anything else, it would be a lie. Oh, this is him trying to defend himself. He says, and George Strait tried to follow me and I blocked him. Only an alpha would do that. Oh my God. Woo. It says, idiots arguing with a person who pretty much said the same thing as Einstein. Gravity isn't actually a force. It says, I sense discomfort in him. Fear is the path to the dark side. Oh my God. This is like this dude trying to sound smart. Get the fuck. Comments, it says, does time stop in black holes? I was looking at that and then I think that it does. Let's see what they say. It doesn't stop. If it did, that would break lots of things. LOL. No Hawking radiation could be emitted. Firstly, even to the quantum scale, if time stopped, motion would stop. We could then know the definite position and momentum of particles, breaking uncertainty. My limited understanding makes me think that time slows down to an infinitesimally close point to stopping, whipping our information around its centermost point at light speed or close to, then vomiting our information back out sometime in the far distant future or at the end of time. But hey, I'm just a self-taught, so could be very wrong. So I mean, infinitesimally close to stopping is like, how far a difference is that from stopping? You know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of like an argument. Like when somebody has a watch on, another person has a watch, and then the one person says it's 3:01 and the other person says it's 3:02, and it's like, then they're arguing, and it's like, that's, your argument doesn't matter at all. Like the difference is not, you know, it doesn't matter. The difference is barely a difference. Another one, it says, no, time cannot stop. It can be infinitely slow, or it is just non-existent. Just non-existent. If time is non-existent, is that the same as stopping? It says every mass is required to experience time. If black hole rip mass apart until it gets massless, only in theories, then time is meaningless anyway, like it is for photons or every other massless particle. So yeah, so and that's what, like, I was looking at something and they were talking about time, not really existing at all. It's like we use it as a tool to help us do the things that we do, but like, does it actually exist? Like, so, but then Einstein was talking about space time and saying time and space is the same thing, and that makes sense to me. But then but that at the same time, that takes away from the idea of time existing as far as in the way that we think of it as existing, like a line starting here and going and progressing, and I don't think so, because then they talk about how like they said on a quantum level, and then it's like how maybe it kind of loops back on itself, because like we're talking about space-time and that bending, then the space-time is the same thing and it's bending, then how we think of time as constant and measuring, we got seconds going by, then if you can bend those seconds, then I don't know, that's something to think about right there. It says, you taught yourself pretty well, I might say so, and maybe now is the time to stop doing things the right way for me, or others may think that information is for everyone to digest in an endless loop of shit. What is he trying to say? Much appreciated. Haha, no, the right way is good. In physics, I'm self-taught, but that is built on the base of mechanical engineering diploma I was working through this year, which gave me the maths needed to understand the physics and the understanding of how to study and learn from books, online resources. Plus, I have been accepted into and will be starting a Bachelor of Multidisciplinary Science at a nearby uni, so I am no way shunning formal education. It says time dilation. The closer you are to the event horizon, the slower time moves around you. It's like an interstellar when they go closer to the black hole, seconds to them is years on Earth. So theoretically, if you were to cross the even horizon, time would still be moving around you, but on the outside looking in, would look as if you are frozen in place. Supposedly, but impossible to truly falsify according to the general theory of relativity, it would, but there's still all kinds of problems with that too. Flat earthers are right in a way that the universe is flat, else that illustration doesn't make sense. Well, illustration is put on a 2D place. So that's the thing that we don't understand. Like when you see an image of like the universe and how our solar system, let's look at it that way. Like you see an image of our solar system, and usually you have like the sun in the middle, and then the planets going around it, and as the outer planets is like an outer bigger circle going around it. But that's just the 2D illustration of what it is, which is not very accurate to what reality is, but it's because it's a 2D image to help you understand what's happening, because it's the sun is moving too. And so like as the sun is moving, then you have the things that are going around it. So it's like it will be like a comet, and the tail and the dust and stuff coming off the top comet is kind of like a better illustration of what the solar system actually looks like. That will be a better representation, but just for our purposes of understanding the positions of the planets one inside of the other as it goes out, that's the 2D image that you're looking at. And that's the same thing with this right here. So like this person saying it's flat, that's just a representation on a 2D image. to, you're limited by that 2D image. Anyways, let's get out of here. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I have got to go. I got to work in the morning.